Szanowni Państwo, za kilka minut rozpoczniemy Międzynarodowe Forum Rolnictwa
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In a few minutes we'll start our Bioreaction Forum.
I zaprosić
And we have the
do naszej
pleasure of
hali głównej, hali
greeting you
wykładów,
in this
a
beautiful
także
place
debat.
and welcome
Pragnę
you
Państwa także
in
poinformować
our
o tym, że
lecture hall.
dostępne są słuchawki, a w nich
For
tłumaczenie
everybody's
swojej
information,
Ladies
if you
and
need
gentlemen,
interpreting,
we are about
there
to
are
start
headsets.
our conference, your reaction in a few minutes. Please notice that fact there are headphones that you can use if you need English translation of this conference. Thank you very much. Szanowni Państwo, za kilka minut...
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we are starting our Bioreaction Conference. Please take your seats
Jak najszybciej, tak jak najlepsze miejsca mogli Państwo zająć.
so that you can
Pragnę Państwa także
get
poinformować, że
a
dostępne
good
są
place. Also,
słuchawki
for
z
your
tłumaczeniem.
information, if
Zachęcam
you
Państwa
need
do tego, by
interpreting,
przy wejściu
grab a
do naszej
headset
hali
at
spotkań
the
wziąć takie słuchawki.
entrance.
One będą przydatne w momencie, kiedy nasi
You
anglojęzyczni
might
goście
need that
będą mieli swoje
when
wykłady. Ladies
English
and gentlemen,
speakers
we are about
have
to start
their
our
lectures.
conference, Your reaction just in a few minutes. Let me inform you that there are headphones with translation of this meeting. You can find those headphones next to the entrance. And in a few minutes, we will start the conference, Your Reaction. Dzień dobry, witamy Państwa bardzo, bardzo serdecznie.
Good morning,
Bardzo
welcome
się cieszymy,
everybody.
że tutaj w Pierzchnie, w gminie Kurnik, w tak pięknych okolicznościach przyrody.
We're so glad to have you here in Pierzchno near Kurnik.
Będziemy rozpoczynali, proszę Państwa, Międzynarodowe Forum
And let's
Regeneratywnego
therefore start the International Regenerative Forum called Bioreaction. In the next 8 hours, we'll share knowledge from this stage to you. We'll have lectures, we'll have debates, we'll have expert meetings. Our intention is to show you regenerative agriculture in practice. Therefore, there will be many attractions outside in the field. The International Regenerative Forum is a place where we'll share both theoretical and practical knowledge.
Wielkie brawa dla Was. Między naukowcami.
Give yourselves a round of applause. So we'll share experiences between scientists, food industry, NGOs, representatives. This is an exceptional group of people, and I'm so glad to have you here. We have also the creators of regenerative farming from the United States. We have European experts, and we also have our Polish experts. My name is Radosław Mróz, and I'm really pleased to welcome you face to face, not through the screen. And we need to remember about our organizer. Thanks to him, thanks to the organizer, the Terra Nostra Foundation, we can meet here together face to face. So give them a round of applause, please.
Jeśli Państwo pozwolą, to ja użyję takiego określenia, bo na takim wypasie nie moglibyśmy się spotkać, gdyby nie nasi
This is an all-out gala, so to say. We have a number of sponsors which provided us with everything around. Top Farm. We have also other sponsors, Nestle, the largest food producers, Aid Food, that drives entrepreneurship in the agri-food industry, wood mills, and we also have other sponsors, Kuhn, manufacturing, agriculture, equipment, Felinox, Agroline, Top Farms, Jagdol, so with the production of potatoes and milk, Semic, Biotrex, Top Farms Głubczyce in agriculture production, Mentor, providing insurance, also in the agriculture industry, Top Farms,
produkuje materiał siewny zbóż oraz roślin wysokobiałkowych i drobnonasiennych. Farm Frights, potato producers, Danone, producers of food and specialized fooding, Metas, and leading producers of intelligent agro-meteorological solutions, FarmTech, that tests soil, Top Farms Agro, producers of seeds, Heavy Finance, szkółki górnickie, producer of different kind of plants for gardens. So give the sponsors a round of applause. A już za chwilę na tej scenie trzech dżentelmenów,
and we'll have three gentlemen who will introduce us to the bioreaction universe. They'll tell us why we meet here and what will be the takeouts. from
Zapraszam bardzo
Pieszczyn.
serdecznie Adama Bałczę, prezesa
Adam
Fundacji Rozwoju Rolnictwa
Bałcza,
Terra Nostra, organizatora
Terra
wydarzenia
Nostra,
Tomasza Dziewikowskiego, prezesa grupy Top Farm, także
representative,
Pawła Kaczmarka, prezesa spółki
Tomasz
Jagro. To
Dziewikowski
jest
and
nasz
Paweł
gospodarz. Dzień dobry
Kaczmarek.
panowie, zapraszam
These
bardzo
are our
serdecznie.
hosts.
Dzień dobry, zapraszam serdecznie. Dzień dobry i zapraszam serdecznie też nasze
also
wsparcie,
I'd like to
żebyśmy
ask-
mogli panów nie tylko podziwiać na scenie, ale także usłyszeć, co mają do powiedzenia. Przyda nam się mikrofon.
For a microphone, so that we can not only see the gentlemen, but also
O,
hear
dziękuję
what they
bardzo.
have to
Śmiało,
say.
śmiało, śmiało. To jest nasz przyjaciel, który odpowiada za to, byśmy mogli usłyszeć także naszych ekspertów. Panowie, bardzo proszę.
We have
Teraz
microphones
będzie dowód na to,
now,
że panowie nie tylko dobrze wyglądają na tej scenie, ale także mają coś
and now we will see that you're not only pretty faces, but you also can talk smart.
Zostałem zaprezentowany serdecznie.
Good morning, everybody.
Pierwszym
Welcome
forum
at the first forum
rolnictwa regeneratywnego w
on
Polsce, ale myślę, że nie tylko w Polsce.
regenerative farming in Poland, but probably not only in Poland, because we have coverage all around the world. It gives me an honor to meet all distinguished guests, taking part in different debates, discussions, giving presentations on regenerative farming, on biological education. We try to promote knowledge about regenerative farming, and this event allows us to reach out to farmers with whom we work directly, but also to all other stakeholders producing food. The biologization of regenerative farming should be the slogan that we need to remember. It's the best we can have in terms of food production, climate control, and farm management. The name bioreaction indicates that we have biologization on the one hand, that we've been promoting for years, and regenerative farming, which is more well known by the European Commission. With this event, we would like to trigger activities. Therefore, we have the word action. We not only want just to talk or to share views of our distinguished guests, but we want to start action, both in the Polish industry and not only in the Polish industry. So, welcome everybody. I hope you will enjoy your stay, and Tomasz, you have the floor. Thank you, Adam.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie na tym
Good morning, everybody, at this exceptional event, the Biological Forum, also called Regenerative Farming Forum or Regenerative Agriculture. This forum is a space which we want to use to discuss the latest trends, what is happening in practice and in theory. So for dozens of years we've been destroying something that now we want to regenerate. And this is the key take-up. We want to focus on the whole supply chain in the agriculture industry, starting from soil and finishing through the industry and the table of the consumer. I hope we'll have lively discussions. We have excellent speakers, panelists, and I'm sure we'll use this opportunity. We want also to share our agricultural practice that we've had for a decade now in regenerative farming, and we are more than happy to share our experiences and our views. The bar is very high, because we believe that we believe in what we do. Through activities like the one that we have today and other activities that Adam mentioned, and thanks to the results, this makes us think that we are going in the right direction. And today we would like just to share these views. It's the first conference of its type, but I'm sure it's not the last one. Thank you that you found time to be here. And Paweł Kaczmarek, you have the floor. Good morning. As the host of the facility, I'm pleased to welcome you in Jagro company, which is the smallest top farm group company. This is an exceptional event because in one place we've been able to gather different industries. It's not only the agri-food industry, but there are representatives of sectors of a diverse range of industries. Given this fact, I'm sure that you all will maximize your presence here. Gentlemen, thank you very much. You still need to say that the Regenerative Forum you deem open. Okay? So I hereby announce that the Regenerative Forum is hereby open. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, we'll meet you on stage later. And now a few highlights, technical highlights. We have live interpreting, and you have headsets where you can listen to interpreting. We have guests from the States and all of Europe. Don't remove the headsets from the room. You can put them in the baskets at the exits. We also would like to ask you to the 4.0 agriculture field. We also have online listeners, so you can meet all of Poland. Good morning, Poland. And to our online listeners, information that the experiments can be found on our online shop. Now the first lecture about regenerative farming in the European Union, and let's meet Kai Granholm.
Action Group Carbon Action Finland. Zapraszamy bardzo serdecznie. Hi, yes, we are waiting for a microphone. It's good to have you here. The stage is yours. Please.
Okay, good morning, distinguished participants of this important and exceptional event. It's been a while since I've performed on such a big stage with such a big audience, but I'm enjoying, I'll try to enjoy this occasion. A little bit about myself and my background. I guess some of you were expecting a bureaucrat from the European Commission to speak here today. That's not me. I work for this non-profit foundation which has an environmental mission on the Baltic Sea, and we've come from the sea to the soil, recognizing the importance of the soil for food production, for our waters, for our climate, for our health. And that's my path to this event, to this topic. So I will talk about how the EU is pushing or not pushing a food system transition towards regenerative agriculture. Here's the overview of my talk. I will start with some examples of why the change in course is needed. Continue with some examples on the policy level, and then introducing the opportunities that we see through our work, and finalize with some inspiration and some recommendations. This is the picture that we are seeing today. I'm coming from Finland, so we have some challenges with our soils being highly dominated by clay, and which causes then soil compaction and drainage issues, which the progressing climate change is making even worse. And we see the implications on our soils, on our fields, in our waters and in the soil. The picture on the left side, that is not the soil where you can practice regenerative agriculture. You need to first do some basic fundamental things, and then before you can go regenerative. But the fact is that our soils in Europe are not in good condition. Our biodiversity is declining. Pollinators are declining, and a lot of this biodiversity loss is driven by land use. So there is something to do, something to think about in how we manage our land. And it goes all the way from land use, land management to holistic management on the farm level, which you growers, farmers, herders, stewards are the examples of. We, the Baltic Sea Action Group, has defined regenerative agriculture in our own way, but we see it as a process towards improving the food production, which is based on healthy soils, and we are of course greatly inspired by our pioneers in the United States and all around the world, without whom we wouldn't be here and we wouldn't be talking about regenerative agriculture. So what is going on the EU level then? In recent years, there's been a lot of investments in research, in agroecological research, which is in part giving a boost to this movement. The big factor in the EU is, of course, the common agricultural policy, which has some new elements, giving more flexibility on the country level and advancing agroecological practices. And now we have the carbon removals initiative, which is also touching this topic. And we further have some global commitments that reinstate the importance of this food system transition. But the CAP policy today is not developing, it's not giving the fundamental changes that we need in order to transform our food systems. The new CAP period that started this year for the next 5 years departed from countries defining critical needs in their agriculture, in their land use, in their environment, and which the CAP plans, the new subsidy system, was supposed to address and respond. But now that we've seen the national implementation plans, strategic plans for the CAP, there are great gaps in how the actual policy addresses these needs. There are, overall, we can see that the agroecological aspects are going to cover more space, but that doesn't say anything about how the transformation in the food system is proceeding. So the CAP reflects the challenge to improve sustainability of the whole food system and the difficulty to make the changes therein. Then about these carbon removals. Last year there was the initiative by the European Commission to develop sustainable carbon cycles, and carbon sequestration in agriculture and forestry were one of the main elements of these sustainable carbon cycles from the perspective of climate action. And now there are several processes related to this going on, and there is quite heated debate now with different sides taking opposite positions on whether agriculture and agricultural soil carbon sequestration should qualify for carbon removals, or should it be paralleled with technological carbon sinks? Should it be allowed to be incentivized by markets? The Commission has initially opened the possibility that also agricultural carbon sequestration could be certified as a temporary carbon sink with certain regulation and criteria. But environmental groups and some political parties in the parliament do not see it that way. They don't think that given the uncertainty with permanence and questions about whether the carbon stored in agriculture is additional, due to these questions, they would rule out agricultural carbon storage from the carbon markets. So we need more scientific evidence, of course. We need broader policy measures in order to recognize and tap into the multiple benefits that regenerative agriculture has, not only on carbon sequestration, which is a side product, but all the benefits it brings to our food system. So there are opportunities from the perspective of farmers, from the perspective of the market, from the perspective of policy and society. And these opportunities have given confidence for us at the Baltic Sea Action Group that we are on the right path. We initiated this carbon action platform in 2017, and now we are running a collaborative platform of several thousands of stakeholders and 35 million euros in funding for different projects, almost 30 projects. And most importantly, we are working with 100 pilot farmers who are experimenting practices, which we are then scientifically monitoring. And the farmers that we work with, they've found something in this cooperation and in this broader movement. Here are some of the testimonials from our farmers in Finland, how they see the benefits, even only after 2 years of experimenting practices that address soil health and address the biological productivity, fertility potential of the soil. We've seen rising prices of fertilizers in the recent years, and farmers have now, through applying regenerative practices, been able to get economic gains or reduce the use of mineral fertilizers, which of course helps the balance in the end. I think the best example is this young lady, Maria Oish, who said that without regenerative agriculture or this community, she wouldn't be a farmer now. She wouldn't have taken over the family farm. She needed some kind of new vision for her farming to have a new identity, and through regenerative agriculture, she's found that. And the other great example, of course, comes from the food industry, which we also cooperate closely with. There was recently, we had a parliamentary election in Finland, and in wake of the election, 13 Finnish companies, mostly representing the food industry, gave out a statement where they called for more political action to support regenerative agriculture. You can read more about that through the link below. So to close, based on our work, our community of farmers in Finland, our community of research, which multidisciplinary research from agroecology to meteorological sciences, as well as our experience in networking around Europe in research and policy. We have some recommendations for the decision makers in Europe to support food system transition in the sustainable direction. So although there is critique on whether soils can store carbon, we should recognize that there is potential through better management of the soil. We can put more carbon in the soil. So we should tap into that potential. We should invest in co-creation of regenerative agriculture, connecting science to practice, to advisory, to business, to value chains. We should develop specific training that combines soil health, carbon sequestration in food production. But we also need metrics and monitoring and verification systems to support climate action, to support CAP policy, but also to support value chain management, to support the businesses that want to support regenerative farmers. We need metrics for that. And we also need the CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy, to reward those farmers who are doing good for the soil. Thank you. Let's enjoy the day.
Kai, thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Please join us in the audience. You will meet Kai later. Thank you very much. Szanowni Państwo, to jeden z naszych pierwszych międzynarodowych...
Ladies and gentlemen, that was one of our first international guests that came here to share their knowledge, their experience. Thank you, Kai, again. The next guest of ours. And we need to remember that we want to present regen farming not as a topic to discuss, but also as a sort of process that's already underway. I'd like to welcome a person that is called the father of biologization. It's our guest from the US, Gareth Simmers. Gareth,
Nice to have you here.
Join the stage.
I hope your travel to Poland was great. Please enjoy our stage.
All right, thank you. Oh, how did that get there? Got to get rid of that. Oh, just a minute. So, I have been involved with what we call biological farming for probably 40 years. I'm a dairy nutritionist by training, and I got into soils to create better food for cows. And so we were really, in our country, biological and organic aren't confusing. Organic is a separate thing altogether. So regenerative is now kind of a new term and a new language, and I have fun with it because if what we were doing was working so well, we wouldn't need to regenerate it. So what regenerative has got some issues, and of course it's new and it's young, and I'm sure they'll solve them. And the issues are the fact that there's really no, everybody uses the term and it's very vaguely used. There's no what I call there's practices, but there's no rules. And so with biological farming, we develop rules. That is a picture from my farm. I had a business and I worked with about 4,000 farms in the upper Midwest, right, dead center in America against the Canadian border. And a lot of them were dairy farmers. And I wrote a book years ago, and I also got quite involved in, besides on the book end of it, I was not willing to just do the education part. We bought a farm, and then my children got involved in farming, and we have a fairly large crop farm. We went from dairy into cropping, and it evolved over the years. My first book came out in 2000, and then the second book came out in 2010, and that book has now been translated into Spanish. And there's a whole big movement going on in Mexico. In fact, it's going on in Brazil and many other places I get also. And so it's nice to see the changes. Now this was my last book, came out about 3 years ago. The first book was 350 pages, and now we're up to 500, and I need to write it again because I keep learning and advancing in new things. We're not stagnant. Our farm is changing. People's understanding of things are changing, and so anyway, that's kind of, I don't know if I'll write another book, but it is kind of a fun movement. It's certainly been exciting to be a part of this wonderful movement. Now, everybody doesn't like this statement because I say, in my 40-year career, we have it all figured out. We understand this thing. We have the basis figured out. We understand that there's minerals involved. We understand that there's certain nutrients. We understand there's a ratio between those minerals. We understand that besides the ratio, that there's certain sufficiency levels. I don't care what soil lab you use or where you go. If you take that test and get your soil test back, whatever is short we want to add, and if you got too much of something, you certainly wouldn't want to add more. Those minerals are interactive with one another. We understand that all. We understand there's different sources. We also understand that biology, you need to create an ideal home and you need to feed them. And you have to have a diversity in the soils, you need a diversity of plants. It took me a long, long, long time to realize that the plants determine the biology. It's not the other way around. So the diversity of plants is the diversity of biology, and that's how you suppress some of the diseases and insects and other issues that are going on. Besides, the diversity of plants also pull and extract different minerals. So diversity is really a big part of it. And we know the soil life wants its food on top and it wants to be left alone. And so there are things out here, people grow crops that it's impossible to follow this ideal model of no-till and minimal, you can do minimal disturbance. So every so often, I mean, if the crops you're going to grow, if you do damage out there, whether that damage is from tillage or that damage is from chemicals, or that damage is from whatever you're doing for the crop you're growing, you need then to address that and somehow, whether you put on compost or do something different. And I'll talk about my farming system there toward the end. And the last one, we understand tillage. Most research is comparing plowing to doing nothing. And somewhere in the middle, I'm a real believer in shallow incorporating residues and putting a blanket on top of your farm. The only real advantage to no-till is it leaves a blanket on top of your soil to protect it from the sun and the raindrops washing your soil away, because in nature there aren't very many bare soils. And so besides that, you have jobs as a farmer. If you're driving out there with heavy equipment and you're packing it and you're doing things in there, we really believe in running an inline ripper to get the water to drain down, because soils can't be waterlogged and function. Now, these are my rules to biological farming, and I realize it covers the whole basis. Now, if your English isn't good, and if it isn't good, I didn't expect you to read that all. I did have a handout on some of these things, so I came up with these rules in the 1990s, and they cover 3 areas, which I'll keep referring to. The chemical, which is the nutrients, the physical, the structure, and the biology. So How would I do that? I thought that was supposed to have been a marker. It didn't show up that way. Wait a minute. I guess I'll leave that alone. But anyway, the biological farm, my first rule up here is I want to test and balance the soil. We got to put some science in this thing. We got to have a basis of understanding that thing. But then I want to choose fertilizers that are more life-friendly. See, the fertilizers that we use today are sold on solubility. They're not sold on performance. It was the higher soluble numbers. And so I want to balance the soluble to soil release. I want to choose fertilizers and nutrients to add to my soil that are more life-friendly. I want to start, there's a lot of evidence and research on those kind of nutrients. So the first whole thing is about it. We actually make our fertilizers low in pH. I had a business and we worked with all these farms and we manufactured fertilizers. And then I want to control the pH of the fertilizer, but also the soluble to slow release. And so our numbers would look quite different. So we put a lot of effort into how we're going to deliver minerals that are missing from the soil. The second thing is that herbicides, pesticides, nitrogen, when minimum amounts. If we're truly going to put more carbon in the soil, we're going to have to really back off of nitrogen. Nitrogen is always balancing out the carbon. So the more nitrogen you throw on, the more carbon you release. And then we need this diversity, which I mentioned, and tillage is to manage the decay of residues and to control air and water. In our country, because I grew in an area with a lot of maize and soybeans, strip tilling. So instead of farming like this, we're going to farm like this. And in that little strip, in that little zone, is like putting a flower pot on every plant, and we can concentrate and put our nutrients in there because 40% of the land that's farmed in the area I live is rented, and nobody wants to fix it. They only got it for maybe a year. They're sent out on the highest bidder. So by strip tilling, that's probably the biggest movement. And if you go to a no-till conference, it's like going to an Alcohol Anonymous kind of meeting. It's like a bunch of recovering no-till farmers. It's really fun to attend a strip till conference. You really learn a lot about their failures. So they went into another strip till system. And then I got to feed the soil life something. It's my facilities. I just want to show you in Wisconsin. When I started my business, that's what we had, NPK. And cheapest, wonderful sources. And these are the nutrients we brought into the fertilizer facility. And it's kind of interesting because I chose things that were timed release, and then we started manufacturing fertilizers with carbon to put a nutrient on the soil and hope that the plant can suck it up. You are dreaming. But to put it with a carbon source and get it in the carbon biological cycle, you have a chance of that getting into the thing out here. I'm getting older, and I brought on investors. We started manufacturing fertilizer on the back of anaerobic digesters. We got these big farms, 10,000 cows with a massive amount of manure. And so there's now 3 of those under construction. So we take the stuff out of the digester, which is a biological material because the biology broke down the stuff in the digester, and then we add other minerals to it. And that's why you see the TerraNu calcium, the TerraNu micropack, the TerraNu Ignite. That TerraNu is our digestate fertilizer with minerals added, and we've had very good results to it, although we've had a lot of troubles and a lot of mistakes, and so now we'll get that perfected. And then we do liquids, and we're the ones that, because I'm a dairy nutrition guy, we always fed molasses to cows, and soils and cows are very similar. I tell people, if you can't find agronomy help, go get a hold of your dairy nutritionist and have him explain how to take care of soils. Because us people with cows, they're both biological systems. They both depend upon digestion. And so that the dairy end of the whole thing out here, I was getting at out here, I want to get that, the liquid part was the molasses, because see, we fed molasses to cows, and it wasn't because molasses is a cheaper energy source, it's because it's a biological. Now we're putting it in the soil, and everybody says molasses is sugar. And everybody says, well, we got to add more complex carbons. The plant photosynthesizes, and I don't have the data up on this stuff here, and it produces a lot of exudates and a lot of sugars and soluble carbohydrates. The new research that's going out by Jerry Hatfield, USDA researcher in Iowa, is that the carbon is sequestered by liquid carbon. So the healthier your plant, the more it photosynthesizes, and half of that juice goes down in the soil, and then the organisms make the complex carbons. It's not adding the complex carbons to the soil that make the complex carbons, it's having the plant do it for you. So anyway, we add a lot of molasses to sugar, and that got started over here and many other places in the countryside. And we got our calcium sources. This is on a farm I work with, and the little round circles up there are called earthworm castings, and it's a beautiful soil, and he does not grow cover crops, he does not put on compost, It's corn, soybeans, and you're going to hear when Kyle speaks later, him and his dad and I are the same age, and we went to training together. We're both trained out of the same network about Brookside Ulbrich soil balancing, and we were told 40 years ago, if we got our minerals right, the soils will take care of themselves. There's nothing been done to this soil but adding the minerals. Now, he's a strip-till farmer, and it's a large farmer in Iowa, and you can see, if you look in there, you'll see earth going to loose, crumbly, chocolate cake type soil. So he came to me and said, I've stalled out. I've had really good increases. I got healthy crops, and my yields have stalled out. And he thought he needed to put on more nitrogen. And I said he needs to do something besides just putting on the minerals and growing the crops. There's never been a cover crop on this land. So make sure you don't ignore the minerals to get soil back healthy. I'm not going to go through, these are our soil tests. Why do you take a soil test? Well, you need to know what type of soil this is. You need to know, look at the phosphorus and the potassium. Those are important things. You need to look at the calcium and magnesium. I need to know what kind of a soil it is, because I know how much it takes to change it, what I got to add. And then I also need to look at the traces, and I want to have uniformity of my soil test. But a soil test will not tell you what the crop can produce, only what it contains. Do you realize that was in 1897? The Bailey series from Cornell University, they weren't so dumb back years ago as people thought they were. So a soil test is what it is, and it's not the here-all, end-all to try to make a perfect-looking soil test. It's not the whole objective. The soil test doesn't tell you whether those nutrients are available. The soil test doesn't tell you what the biology is like. The soil test doesn't tell you what the soil is loose and crumbly or as hard as a brick. And that's why there's other things you have to look at besides that. So there's two things that work. I've taken soils and I separated them out to soil correction. What are you going to add to fix what's missing? And I take that soil test to make some corrections on the minerals, and I don't have to do it in 1 year, although on my own farm we do quite so different. And then there is the crop fertilizer. I separated those out because someone will come along if I say, you got to spend all this money. They say, well, that's more fertilizer dollars than I have. So if I separate out soil correction, it's like putting a new roof on the barn. Once it's done, it's done. So we separate that from crop fertilizer, and that's taking care of that crop, that need, or add things that are there because my soil's missing them. So that has helped a lot of farmers understand this by separating out soil correction from crop fertilizer. And then years and years and years went by, and I kind of thought that I'd be able to put down a starter fertilizer, put some fertilizer down on top of the seed, and I have a totally different concept of that now. Those fertilizers on that seed really need to be like a cluster mix. We like to put some molasses in there. We like to put a biological in there. We like to put some kelp in there for root stimulation hormones. We like to put some fish fertilizer in there. We're doing everything we can to create that ideal zone around the seed to get it up faster, get it growing better, and to stimulate a bigger, better root system. We don't want to put fertilizer on top of the seed. Plant, when we plant it, doesn't need fertilizer that day. It needs to think that it's in a wonderful world and it's going to do really well, and so it doesn't know that 2 feet away it might be awful. So we go after what I call a cluster mix in our starter fertilizers. So then soil fertility, I've been talking about these minerals, is really it's the exchange of those minerals. That's why we go through that carbon biological cycle. And so soil fertility is the maximum level of nutrients that are exchangeable. This is on our farm in Wisconsin, and this is a cover crop we had following our farming system. You can see a little white rod down there. I measured a 2 square foot diameter, and this was in my cover crop. These minerals are not in the soil test, but I now have those minerals that are here. I just put up the main ones, are now trapped in those plants. They can't leach, they can't erode, they can't get away, and they're now going to be timed release. And if you notice, that mix was about 3 tons per acre, which is now, that's 670 pounds of sugar just in the above ground plants that I put back in my soil. So the plants, everybody says, oh, we got to be more fungal dominated. I disagree. The plants are producing sugar to feed the bacteria, so why would I want to take the bacteria out of my formula and put more fungal food out there? The plant wants bacteria food. So that's another whole dimension. And I want my minerals hooked to a carbon. That's where the humate. So it's sucked, so I put something, so it's already hooked to something before I add it to the soil, and then it doesn't really matter how awful your soil is. This is a friend I work with out here. We got quite a project. We make what we call designer compost. So we make the compost, and then we have the minerals in the compost. So we might take a field, and I got that idea from Australia. We take a field and take our test, and if that field might need extra potassium, might need extra phosphorus, maybe our own farm, we put sulfur and we put boron, so we put the minerals in the compost pile. You can see the little white dots on the compost pile. So we make a designer compost, so now I got my minerals in that carbon biological cycle as we cook that compost. But here's the real thing that's going on. Everybody says, oh, we know how many nutrients it takes to grow the crop. This is nutrient use efficiency. And if you look at that, nitrogen is only 30 to 70% usable. I tell people, they said, we know how much nitrogen it takes. I said, then what's all that stuff down in the Gulf of Mexico? Where'd that come from? You must not have needed that. It's not even there anymore. Phosphorus, only 5 to 30%. So if we can get, and this is from 1990, in the last 10 years in America, I'm sure that's not true here. Look at the nitrogen use efficiency, just plummeted. So that's what regenerative is all about, tapping into all that stuff you bought that's somehow tied up or unavailable to plants. So we got to tap into that and regenerate. Most soils need a biological regeneration because we have a reserve of nutrients because we put so many on that the plant couldn't get, and now they're out into our soils. And so that's really a big part of things going on. So the microorganisms, 0 to 70% of what you put on, the plant can't even get. It ranges so much. Let's talk tillage. Do you know where I got this picture? Poland. Not my first trip here. I say, people, a moldboard plow is a double-edged razor blade in the hands of an ape, but every ape doesn't need to cut themselves. I tell one thing, if you do this practice, you got a little bit of work to get that regenerated. It's not the one I'd want to start with. I'm sorry I had to pick on Poland, but I was here before with my camera. It is pretty incredible, isn't it? I would do that in the back end of my farm so no one would see it. But see, I'm a real believer in shallow incorporating my residues because the fence post rots off near the top. The top couple inches, you can do whatever you want to. It's the middle zone I like to leave alone. You can see out here, if you take that plant in the top 3 or 4 inches, and that's why the strip till guys are putting an ideal, I say a flower pot on every plant, and they put their nitrogen deep, do anything they can to get this massive amount of root systems and earthworm channels, and then the next crop can follow that channel. And so we have tubes out here for the following crop to go, but you can do anything you want to the top couple inches. That's not going to, the middle zone's what we got to leave alone. That's why a chisel plow or a moldboard plow does a similar kind of damage. We've got a big, to help you Germans, we have a big Lemken disc. It's a bloody expensive tool that breaks down, and the parts are really expensive because we had to get them from Germany. And so, but it was the first one in our country. I brought the first one over that we use. It's a kind of a high-speed disc, but you can see how we farm. That's a big, a lot of cocktail mix of residues. But see, we leave a lot of stuff on top of the ground. So we've had to learn to farm with a blanket on top of our soil. So we got row cleaners on our planters. We do all kinds of things out there. And then, of course, there's the other thing that we have to put some of the residues in the soil. What's the #1 yield limiting factor on crop production? Carbon dioxide. Yes. As the environment gets more carbon dioxide, your yields will go up. And the reason for that is that's why you can't have a crust on your ground. That's why air's got to go in, and the plants, the biology is breaking down the residues and releasing carbon dioxide. The stomata on that plant are on the bottom of the leaf. The plant was not designed upside down. That's made to absorb gases. It's when you put your nitrogen on out of season. It's when you till when there's no crop going. It's when you do action and are releasing carbon dioxide with nobody to catch it. If you had something there to catch it, your crop would do better and the carbon dioxide wouldn't get in the atmosphere. We also run big rippers, but see, we're leaving middle zone alone. I live in the hills of southwestern Wisconsin, and we're not a very big farm in that terms, but we don't do this all the time. But if it's wet, or we had cattle out there and they did compaction, we'll run our inline rippers through, and so we'll do, it cuts the slot so water can soak in and has a little lifting effect on that tool. That was the tillage part of it. So my last thing will be on the biology. This is what my ancestors were from Germany, and when they came to America and the prairies were cleared, this is what virgin soil looked like when they took over. This is from Australia. This is a virgin prairie soil that's been tilled up. It looks like a loose chocolate cake. The farmer that did this, I told him I'd stop and see him every 10 years. I wanted to know how long it would take him to destroy this. A couple times plowing, you can do really well. So that's the great forgetting. We forgot where we came from. Now you try to get back there. I've been on a lot of farms like you're a long ways from getting back here. I can tell you that. So soil health, then, this is our government. Our government does some wonderful things once in a while. And so I put that up. The soil health is, they say it's the capacity to function, and I wrote without intervention. I'm in my upper 70s, and if I was up here, I feel pretty healthy. If I had to take 25 pills to be able to stand upright, you couldn't call me healthy. I have no intervention in my body of that kind of intervention. But this is spot on. The water's got to soak in the ground. Nutrients got to cycle through plants and biology. You got to have minimum disturbance. It doesn't say no disturbance. You can't have a crust on top of the ground. It can't breathe. You got to have a lot of plant diversity. Us organic farmers, we got it made because we have weeds. We don't have to buy multi-cocktail plants mixtures. We grow our own. Living roots in the soil because they're exudating and putting sugars down to take care of the biology. And the government, by the way, did not write that word minerals on there. I did. And the reason is that because the government can't talk minerals because the soil science department would be offended if they said, you need to put on calcium, you need to put on sulfur, you need to watch your calcium-magnesium ratios. Our country is not advanced far enough in the soil science department, but the agroecology people, a lot of others are looking at it, so minerals are critical. What are some main minerals to get soil healthy? Calcium, phosphorus. We always start balancing the soil with calcium and phosphorus. It's huge, and then we got to manage the decay of residues. If you follow these principles, that's part of what getting soil healthy is all about. This is that farm in Iowa that never grows cover crops or anything else, and of course soil health is plant health, and that's what we're all after, nutrient-rich, dense foods and places. I think what will radically change the agriculture is we have to come up with tools that can measure residues and nutrient density in the food. Can you imagine if you had an app on your phone and you went to the grocery store and it told you how much nutrient density was there, how much nutrition was there, and how many pesticide residues were in it? Do you realize how fast we'd change agriculture? Absolutely instantly. So, can we have too much soil health? That's my farm. I think we do a fairly good job. We're pretty fanatics about this thing. And I need that aggregation. That's the purpose of my cover crops, is to get that soil to look like a chocolate cake. And this is a couple of more farm examples, and I'll wrap it up, is the fact that this is a farm in Colorado. What happened was I got involved with these farms. He's a potato grower. He's the highest altitude farming in North America. And it's 1 year soil building and 1 year potatoes. So it's every other year a potato crop. And that's the soil building. And the mustard is a biofumigant. That's a cocktail mix. But he works it down in the fall before the next year potato crop. And he puts compost on, he does all his minerals onto this thing, so it's 1 year soil building and 1 year production. And I measured what's in that plant, and it's a biofumigant. There's a huge amount of sulfur coming out of that mustard, and so each plant does a different kind of a thing. So all these minerals are tied up in this carbon biological cycle. He farms on sand in Colorado. This is another farm from Virginia, right near Washington, D.C. It's $1 million CSA, and so if you're going to have a small vegetable farm and sell it to farmers markets, we say 1 year soil building and 1 year growing vegetables. It's way too much work to try to farm because it takes a lot of tillage and a lot of work. So if you do all that, damn it, you might grow 3 crops. You might start out with, radishes, and they might grow lettuce, and they might grow something else. So you till it up and work it up all summer. Well, you better give it a year rest. Of course, this is the year of production, but they still got a cover crop between the rows, and that's Swiss chard on plastic. This is my own farm. So over the years, we used to grow corn and soybeans and hay and everything else. My son farms by himself with a little help from my daughter, driving tractor once in a while. He farms 1,500 acres. He farms in a 45-mile circle all by himself on a certified organic farm because we can't get help. And so we have 1 year soil building and 1 year production. You can see this is rye, and we joked about the rye. I plant the rye real thin. I'm more interested in the clover than the rye because there's no market for the rye in our country. People don't eat rye bread in our country, 0.7% of the population, yet it's really a health food. All the work in Denmark about hybrid rye and all those things, there's a lot of merit to what rye can do for your health. But I don't have a market. Most of our market goes to cover crop seeds. So we underseed it with clover. And then this is what it would look. We just leave all the straw, clip the clover during the growing season. So we take 1 year of rye soil building, and then the next year it's corn. So then all that residue and all that stuff, that's how our soils look like they do. We stick that all back into the ground, and then in the following spring, there we are with a Mr. Germany tool, and shall we incorporate that back in? But you see what this is? We're dairy people. We got to watch digestibility. You feed that feed to a cow and you can get milk out of a cow. If you let it get big and rank and mature, it's too slow in digestibility. If you're growing cover crops, you need to add the word digestibility to your formula. How fast do I want it to break down? You know how fast that'll break down? I want it to be fertilizer. See, we don't buy any fertilizer on this farm anymore, and I own the fertilizer company. I sold it now. So, and then we harvest our corn. If you've ever been around, I don't know if people are even aware of Frank Lloyd Wright, School of Architect, Taliesin, we farm that farm. And so this is us out there harvesting our corn. So it's 1 year soil building, 1 year corn. I've shared my economics. Everybody's, how can you afford that? I shared my economics at meeting after meeting, and people, they don't believe me or not. My son does really, 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 really well farming economically, and it's a lot easier, and we built resilience. The only nutrients that we import to our farm are sulfur and boron. This is my last slide. I have field days. I think it's the 15th of August this year. We'll bring quite a few people on my farm. I had field days for 25 years. This is a 2-day training with Acres USA. And at the field days, I went to the neighbors adjoining equal soils. And I dug up the roots and looked at them. And my maize plant had an incredible, nice ear on it. The genetic people did a wonderful job of breeding a plant that could tolerate the most awful, wonderful things that we do to it. We can throw chemicals and salts and ammonias and spray it with anything you want and see. But a week later, there's our soil on your right, and there's our neighbor's soil, both exactly the same soil depth. And that's called resilience. We held moisture, we got more organic matter, and it was quite done on the ends of it. So that was my picture painting of the story. I don't know how much time I took, but thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to share my notes.
Gary, thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Please stay on the stage.
Okay.
Take a chair, please. Wielkie brawa, proszę Państwa, dla naszego gościa, który pokonał całe oceany, podzielił się swoim doświadczeniem.
A round of
Gary,
applause to our
thank you very
guest
much. Here we go.
who's flown
Take a
over the
chair.
ocean to share his experience.
Poprosiłem Gary'ego, żeby zajął jedno z tych miejsc.
I've asked Gary to take one of the seats because today we will be seeing not only lectures by experts and our guests and speakers, but also debates, because this is a space for exchanging opinions and knowledge. And the first one of those is about to start: regenerative agriculture as one of the ways to limit negative climate changes. Let's have our experts.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering about that.
I czas, proszę Państwa, na pierwszą debatę. Jak Państwo
Okay, ladies and gents, time for the first debate. It'll be hosted by Jarosław Lewandowski, and his expert guests. Let me remind the title, Regen Agriculture as one of the ways to limit negative impact of climate changes. Let's welcome our guests. You've met Gary, Zimmer and Kyle. But we also have Professor Bogdan Chojnicki, University of Agriculture in Poznań, agrophysicist Radosław Musow, advisor in Hansa Agro, Grzegorz Brodziak, president of the board in Good Valley Agro. Eryk Frontczak, Zbigniew Kawalec is with us. He's the president of QZ Solutions. And Eryk Frontczak, Heavy Finance. We will discuss carbon credits with him. Welcome, everybody. Let me take a seat, join our guests. We've seen some of very interesting slides. We saw also, we will be watching what's happening outside. We saw quite a few planes. Let's hope for some rain. Maybe that's a sign of it. For 40 days we haven't had significant rains. Unfortunately, we're starting to get used to it. All the data that we have available, thanks to the Meteorology Institute, and they show that the climate changes are underway. Last year was one of the hottest ones. The average temperature was 9.5 degrees compared to many year average. It went up by about 2 degrees. That's a lot. When it comes to precipitation, 544 millimeters, and that's not too much. So the temperature is going up, precipitation is more or less the same or less. Professor, how much will the climate change? Where is the border? First of all, I want to say that it's not my fault that it's so dry, but to be serious now, we expect the temperature to rise by 2 more degrees in Poland. So it's about 9 degrees right now. The average temperature might be, we expecting in a few dozen years, it will be 11 degrees. Let me give you an example of the changes. We are in Wielkopolska right now. In the 80s, we had 3 freezing months, December, January, and February. Right now, we only have 1 month, it's January. Let me just add that in Szczecin, northwest Poland, they don't get any frosty months anymore. That's what stats show. Does that mean that certain crops we won't be able to grow? You've mentioned precipitation. If precipitation goes up, then it'll go slowly, because they are climbing very slowly. And that's our gain from economical point of view. But we lose it through evaporation. So all in all, the baseline remains at the same level or slightly goes down. And so agriculture needs good retention. So now we need to get really serious to keep water in the soil. In soil, no pipes, no ditches, it's the soil. Will agriculture survive? Yes, if it gets prepared well. With wise management, it might get better. Higher temperatures might support better growth of crops, but we need to remember that whenever we ignore the water factor, we'll be getting across problems with production, with yields. We're talking here regen agriculture and biologization. Is it really that agriculture can change, Gary? Gary, do you think agriculture can change? Can change to the extent to change the climate, to stop the climate changes?
I don't know about stopping the climate change, but I think it's living with the climate changes, and that's why this whole system of water and moisture loss and soil temperatures, that's why the blanket on top of our soil to stop evaporation, how we farm, how we grow, having a much bigger, better root system, a healthier soil, so the rain we get comes down and stays there, and then to protect it, we are having hotter climates also, but there's quite a few people, I can't wait to get home, we haven't had any rain for 40 days either, and you'll notice the difference on our farm to ones in the neighborhood. So obviously we can do something about it, as you had mentioned earlier. So I think we can farm around it. Higher temperatures out here and more carbon dioxide means more yields if we smartly farm.
Kyle, what should farmers in Poland do? In Poland, around the Baltic Sea, to impact or to reduce, to limit the climate changes?
I'm not a farmer, so I have to be careful in my response, but farmers should be allowed to farm and produce food and fibers for the humanity. So that's their main business, and we can help them do that with methods that put as little stress as possible on our soils and on our climate. So reducing inputs and utilizing the nature's potential to produce food.
Grzegorz, what is regen agriculture? Do we know the definition? Because we hear it more and more often. We hear biologization more and more often. Are we able to adjust to regen agriculture, to change the way we manage land, to stop the climate changes? Interesting question and a big challenge. Let me start with reminding that soil is a resource that is almost non-renewable. We're talking centuries. A centimeter of soil in warm climate requires 500 years. In colder climates, it takes 1,000 years. So this is a resource that is not renewable. So the discussion that we're having for a few years regarding protection of soil and restoring its condition, its health, so that it can yield crops, that's something very important, both in climate terms, but also in feeding humanity, feeding people. When it comes to regen agriculture, it's a return to the roots, to the primitive methods of farming, of growing crops, because we're not farming soil, we're farming crops. So it's return to maintaining the potential to yield crops, to maintain proper water and air balance. Now, how do we do that? We probably feel it and know it. We should optimize use of resources, starting with the calcium that can have a favorable impact on other parameters, use of fertilizers, use of chemistry for optimizing the yield. But let's remember not to overdo it. Some more things. Making sure that soil is covered with catch crops. Old saying, Mother Nature doesn't like being naked. It proves true. It proves true in terms of creating the microbiology in soil, to ensuring optimal conditions for our crops. But furthermore, tillage reduced. So we will be turning soil, but we cannot overdo it because we disturbing the water balance. We increase emissions of
No i dochodzimy do takich elementów już końcowych, wymienianych właśnie w tym podstawowym zakresie praktyk.
So, good practice and sharing the good practice or best practice. That is, taking care of biodiversity, keeping wetlands, that cause evaporation, they make the microclimate proper for precipitation, biodiversity, and the last but not least, taking a look at my own farm to optimize it for specific environmental conditions, geographical conditions, layout of fields. Radosław Musow, what advice could you have for farmers? Are farmers willing to change? Are farmers willing to change the way they handle their farms? I've worked as an agriculture advisor for 20 years now, and we've seen a lot of flexibility in reacting to various environmental conditions, various types of soils, farms, but also various types of attitudes or approaches. In practice, when it comes to farmers, they are very pragmatic. If they get very specific guidelines or tools, then they know how to use it. They need a base for the change. They make autonomous but rational decisions. Is it worth doing? And if so, how to do it? But when you're talking about a very general level, it is difficult. It is difficult. Zbigniew Kawalec, what would be your advice for farmers? I'm not sure if I can advise farmers because I'm not a farmer, but what I could say, what I could chip in is that we handle digital technology, that is systems that support field management or soil analysis, and that's what we should start, because that's something you have to start. You have to know what sort of soil you have, to know how to handle it and what to do. Yes, soil is the basis. That's what we do. We analyze it for capacity. We create technologies that can measure it remotely from above our heads. What is the purpose of that technology? The technology itself serves a certain purpose. It is to help us optimize dosing of fertilizers, to fertilize as much as needed but not more than needed. I'd like to draw your attention to something else. Biologization, sequestration, carbon sequestration, also the production process of the fertilizers. It's an energy-consuming process. Then there is transportation of fertilizers. So even if we manage to reduce consumption of fertilizers by a few percent, then it's big input contribution to the general struggle against the greenhouse effects. So if I could chip in, I'd like to encourage farmers to keep an eye and ear for new technologies, because they can directly impact of what they do. So new technologies is one thing, but also new programs. What are carbon credits? Carbon credits or carbon certificates are documented evidence of removal of 1% of carbon dioxide from atmosphere. Proper farming technology can impact keeping carbon in soil and not releasing it to the atmosphere. So the carbon credits are rewards for keeping carbon in soil. To make the long story short, that is an incentive for farmers to invest, to get interested, invest in keeping carbon in soil. What is the scale of the practice when it comes to that, both in Poland and abroad? When it comes to region agriculture, region farming, USA and Australia are leaders because they've been using it for 10 years and they generate income on carbon credits. Various techniques, mulching for instance, but not only. We're only starting that journey. So the more you do, the more carbon you keep in the soil, the more carbon credit you get. That can translate into net margin improvement of as much as 20%. What needs to be done to convince customers to go that way? Simply telling them that it's worth doing, that it pays? Meetings like this are very important for that. Farmers need to be aware of that. Farmers need to understand that it simply pays to keep your soil healthy. Certificates are just something extra that is to convince them. What's more important is simply the health of the soil. We need to remember that the carbon credits are money that comes from private enterprises, and that's simply a fair solution. Gary, in the US, products of regen farming, output and crops, are these popular? Are these present on the market? Can you see them? Does it simply pay to farmers to do that? People want to buy regen farming crops?
Well, I don't know so much about the buying end, but I know if you look at, where I farm, a lot of maize and soybeans, and the change of farmings, you can drive 500 miles to even find a cover crop. Now, they might change some of their tillage, and they might change some of their other practice, but the farmers want to be a part of the solution, not the problem. I don't know if it's the money that's going to change it. Even when I was on the farms here the last couple of days, when a farmer engages in this process of regenerating his land and stuff, see, in our country, they're going to pay on practices. I'm already doing those practices, so our paycheck will be zero. But see, farmers that get engaged in it, they're having fun farming again. They now feel like they're being blamed and everybody's mad at them. And so once they get started, they get some enthusiasm and excitement back in it. And I said, so they're not going to go back the other direction. There are going to be obstacles and things about it. I think the measurement of the carbon is just so complex and so out of line. I believe measuring by satellite imagery, I think, has a lot to do with how we're going to eventually have to come up with a better measurement besides just changing a practice. And right now, nobody's there, and there's a lot of confusion about that. And if I build a carbon in my soil, and the next year I go out there and throw an extra nitrogen, I can just lose it. So it's not a black and white show at this point in time by any means. And so there's a lot of confusion. They're getting a lot of press, but it's not there. Like I said, the fastest way would be to be able to measure the quality of the food change, because that would really get the consumer behind it. They're behind it, but they don't know. And there's not as many farmers doing it as it says in the paper.
Grzegorz Brodziak, co zrobić, żeby u nas...
What can we do? What can we do so that regen agriculture products are better visible? The green leaf. The green leaf of organic farming, that's on the market. What about the regen? We need systemic solutions. We know at the EU level, the works are underway when it comes to certification and an informative campaign related to the process. But consumers need to be educated. Let me use an example. I represent an integrated farming company, F2F company. We have our own fields where we grow fodder, we have food processing facilities, we breed pigs, we generate biogas plants that cover 100% of our needs for electricity. We sell the surplus. 70% of our heat is from cooling the power generators. So we have a closed cycle. But we've tried also regen agriculture, that is linking crops with breeding animals, livestock. to make the cycle more comprehensive. Now, moving on to consumers and market. We've tried to test that, to test how consumers perceive the information that it's from climate-friendly production, that is, with reduced carbon footprint, with increased well-being of livestock. And the response of consumers is that everybody declares they are interested in buying that, but it's difficult to translate that into prices and acceptance of higher prices, because higher standard costs more, and consumers are not very willing to pay more for that. So we need systemic support at the EU level, probably global level, to educate consumers, to set up framework for the producers, manufacturers, so that they can invest. Because although we're saying that it's return to the roots, to the original, but it takes money and investment, if only for spreading the knowledge and the awareness. We're only starting to start discussing regen agriculture in Poland. But what is the knowledge of regen agriculture abroad? Kyle, new methods of farming, protection of environment, sustainable agriculture.
Well, I think, like Gary also said, many or most of the methods that we associate or we link with regenerative agriculture are not new. They are centuries old, and that's what our farmers also in Finland tell, that it's the methods itself is nothing new, but what's new is how you apply the method. What's new is the mindset that you build for yourself. You build a new kind of ownership of your farm and of your land, and once you get into that mindset, then you can explore. You are free to try and fail when you have that vision and that goal clear in your head, and you increase the motivation by seeing the effects and benefits of these methods when you apply them in the right way. But to apply them in the right way, you need advice, you need support, you need metrics to monitor, and you need the boost also from the businesses, from your clients, from the consumers. One way to raise awareness on the consumer field is to bring the farmers, the land stewards, in the front, and show the differences, show the difference that farmer can make on the visible environment, on the community.
Wróćmy na chwilę jeszcze do tematu biogazowni, panie profesorze, o których to biogazownie.
Coming back to biogas facilities. Is it profitable investing in biogas facilities, and what is the impact on the atmosphere, on the reduction of greenhouse gases? So before I answer these questions, let me put it this way. When we're talking about climate change, or actually the increase of greenhouse gases, which generally raises the temperature globally, then our approach to the change itself is twofold. On the one side, we're saying adapting to climate change. And in the beginning, you asked that, and regenerative farming meets that constraint. Climate changes are underway, and that is unavoidable. That cannot be stopped. But we need to adapt. So this is number one. Number two is preventing climate change. And Jarosław mentioned here, when we're talking about capturing CO2 from the atmosphere and retaining that in the soil. So there are two issues here. If we look at biogas facilities, they feed into the stream of energy coming from the field, and we can use this. If we don't use this, then microbes will use it, which and the soil will use this. So our wisdom is taking every single opportunity to recover heat, for example. The energy from the sun through the plants go to the system, and we can exploit this. What we should remember in terms of climate protection and humanity as such, Poland as well, when we're discussing this, we should remember about sustainable development. We discuss this often, but we don't focus on practice. On practice, it means moderation, savings, and long-term thinking. Moderation meaning where in a sensible way we'll use what we have. Savings meaning we shouldn't waste stuff. If we don't use nitrogen fertilizers, if we don't use them in soil, they will spoil the land, they'll spoil the water, and so on and so forth. And long-term thinking, the economy can be short-term or long-term. It could be short-sighted or long-sighted. And when we're long-sighted, we don't look at the quick profit at the cost of long-term waste. Right? So we just look long-term. Without these three elements, we won't have regenerative farming. At present, in our reality, it's hard to look long-term. Kai mentioned here that we know this. It's nothing new, but it's a new approach to reality. And yes, indeed, we've known this for time, but we need to change. Well, the academia from my university in Poznan knows this, but it's all about moderation, savings, and long-term thinking. Łukasz Brodziak, I'll gladly contribute to this because we've had a biogas facility. There are just 120 or so in Poland. Yes, so there are not too many biogas facilities. Although in 2009 there were big plans with a big team, with the government, but the important thing is to have sustainability, and to in a sustainable way use the knowledge that we've had. The biogas facilities 4,000 years ago were used in the Far East in primitive circumstances, but fermentation and obtaining energy from fermentation has been known for thousands of years. Now we can use this in a sustainable way, logically tied to the resources that we have, resources from which we generate electricity or heat, and then the post-fermentation material that can be used, not hundreds of kilometers away, but within the farm and the substrate. The plants should be used for consumptions, human or animal consumptions, or to improve the proteins. But we also have waste, animal waste, manure, or straw, biomass obtained from the fields, with lower class fields where corn only will grow. So, if you create a logical chain and still get heat waste and use that heat to heat human buildings or animal farms, that closes the loop, and we get into a circular economy, and we can plan it properly. And you can plan it using new technologies. Definitely so. We can use new technologies. And to give you another example, coming back to the questions on how to encourage farmers, there were examples given of incentives, but let me put it this way. Number one, we have carbon certificates, which is a cash incentive, but there is also another trend where chain stores, shops, have an bio or eco sections, and these chain stores, from a market point of view, force farmers not to use herbicide. Eco, vegetables, no herbicide. So this is a business incentive. Then there is also a legislative incentive. If you don't use herbicides, we just have mechanical weeding, for example, then, as Kai mentioned, at EU level, instead of using chemical plant protection agents, we use mechanical plant protection means. So there are incentives. You can use technology to plan this properly. Coming back to testing and measuring, information on what is in the soil will allow us to better plan future crops, better crop rotation, plan better costs related to fertilizing or herbicides. So there are more incentives. Okay, so how do we measure, how do we test that our field captures so much of carbon dioxide? Well, we could have what is called remote monitoring, but the best thing to do is just to make a soil test where you can check the level of humus in the soil and see the difference, whether you have an increase. And that will allow us to determine how much carbon dioxide has been captured within 1 hectare. Do farmers know about it? Do they want to use this? Well, companies do the measurement, and companies offering certificates know this, but farmers know that if we do these tests, we are credible partners, and the value of the certificates is maximized. Because we want to measure everything really directly, so that 1 certificate is equivalent to 1 ton of CO2. What else can we tell farmers to incentivize them to promote regenerative farming? It's hard to say in terms of farmers, and talking about very clear-cut incentives. We are right now talking about a direction, about a trend, but in practice we can say that looking at the assumptions of regenerative farming, then if we look at good practice in farms, we are following regenerative farming to a large extent. If on top of that we had cash incentives, given the harsh climate conditions that we're experiencing, that wouldn't be a difficult process, but the devil is in the details, as we say. So we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen, but we should talk about it. It's worth discussing. Professor, you also often meet farmers. Do farmers want to listen to advice? No tillage, farming, but, we've always done it the other way. Who are you to tell me what to do? Do you hear these kind of approaches? Well, I think if I am to be listened to, I need to use the language of the listener. That's the starting point. So you will be listened to if you speak with the language to whom you're talking. I know I'm avoiding the response to questions, but in the Polish culture, what is deeply rooted is the conviction that sustainable development actually does make sense. our farm is for our generations. So long-term thinking actually is ingrained in the farmer. My land is for my children. That's the thinking. Now, if we adopt this thinking, that this land is for my generations, future generations, then very quickly we can find a common denominator for discussion. We need to remember that sustainable thinking, actually, in Wielkopolska allowed us to have farming land in Wielkopolska. Otherwise, this land would have to be abandoned and leave the land and build up high-rises. Exactly, right? Just sell the land to developers. So if we start with sustainable thinking, then actually most farmers have a lot of common sense. Any form of farming, even no-tillage farming, actually will find good grounds. Because number one, we're using the language of the listener, and number two, we are talking about obvious things. Although these things are not obvious, because agriculture intensification leads to unsustainable thinking. And a nonchalant approach to land is way away from regenerative farming. Otherwise, the land will be fallow, and then you can only think about growing a forest. So climate changes puts forth these kinds of challenges. So there are risks of non-sustainable thinking as well. So will there be a change in the approach of regenerative farming? Professor, are you an optimist? I am a very big optimist, and in Poles, because we've been farming our own land for hundreds of years. We associate ourselves with this land. There are proper foundations to think sustainably. Moderation, savings, long-term thinking, and return to sensible environment management ties with the regenerative farming. Actually, we don't have a choice, because otherwise we'll run into trouble, and climate change will show this. Brodziak, optimist, pessimist? I'm an optimist, because for the green transition and to take place, for regenerative farming to take place, you need motivation, and sustainability is a very good element. We often forget about sustainable pillars, but sustainability translates into profitability. Without one, we won't have the other. Right now, what kind of incentives we have towards following the green transitions? We do have the carbon credits, which actually will deliver 300 zlotys per hectare, roughly, give or take some. But this is, revenue which not necessarily will pay for all the outlays that you need to incur, but will cover a lot of this. But you have also the eco schemes, which are not very popular among farmers. The eco schemes are too complicated. That's what farmers say. So in many areas, they follow the best practice, but the red tape all around the documentations, tagging pictures, etc., paperwork that you need to supply, the monitoring, and if you make an error, there is risk that your grant will be taken out. So the National Strategic Plan for the new financial perspective should be modified. And I understand the Ministry of Agriculture understands that.
zmieniać, tak żeby
And we need also to adapt for the schemes to be easier to manage. Radosław Musil, optimist, pessimist, from my point of view, as I said earlier, from a practical point of view, we can implement any method. Everything depends on whether it's worth it and what are the outcomes at the end of the day for us. But for me, I would say we need to have first systemic solutions that will either incentivize farmers to follow something or not. The eco schemes that were mentioned sometimes lead to the farmer spending too much time in the office, which is wrong. Optimists, Zbigniew Kowalec, absolutely. Climate change is there, no question about it. Looking at the recent years, fires in Spain, droughts in India, in the States, floods everywhere, there's no other way out. We need to be efficient, and we need to take action that will reduce climate pressure, rather than generate paperwork and cash flow on the certificate auctions, among the sharks there. I'm not accusing Eric Franczak. I'm a big optimist. From the unofficial statistics shows that only 5% arable land is covered by regenerative farming. So I believe we can follow the trend and expand it. I also am aware that there are more and more solutions coming up. Financial incentive is important. What is crucial, however, is to provide enough fuel, that is, starting capital, so that farmers are interested in investing new machines, investing a plate tiller, the German one, and heavy finance, the company I'm working for can offer a 0% loan if the farmer converts the farmland to regenerative farming. So simply, farmers need to have the opportunity to invest their money into proper equipment and treat them as businessmen. Kai, are you an optimist? Are you a moderate optimist in terms of changes in managing in terms of farmers?
I'm definitely an optimist. I see at least 3 reasons for this optimism. One is the obvious situation that we have with the climate change and with our soils. We are losing our soils to erosion. We are depleting our soils of micronutrients. We are depleting our soils of biology, and we've started to see that and the effects that makes. So we have no other way than to take better care of our soils. Secondly, there is money in the policy. At least in Europe, in the CAP, there is enough public support to make this transformation. We just have to tweak a little bit in the baskets where we put that money. But I give an example of Poland. We did some calculations on the CAP environmental budget, and when you adjust the allocations to the price index, Poland is actually spending the most of the Baltic Sea region countries in eco schemes and agri-environment climate measures combined per hectare. Big part of that is coming from the EU, but still. And third point, there is a demand from the private sector, from the market, for carbon credits, but increasingly also for biodiversity impacts or biodiversity benefits or biodiversity credits, or what you can call that can be associated with food products.
Dziękujemy bardzo, Kai. Jeszcze na koniec Gary.
Thank you very much, Kai. And Gary, I'm sure you're an optimist. Maybe a piece of advice?
Yeah, I certainly am a real optimist. The only two reasons people ever change is called fear and desire. First of all, there's new chemicals coming along, and they're scared about that. They got problems that aren't solved, and they desire to kind of do better. I spoke at an environmental law.
Put the soil amendments on, it actually takes more fertilizer inputs to make that much of a difference. So, and on a sandy soil, a low exchange of 2 and 5 will be vastly different holding capacities, and they need to be treated separately, and they need to be fertilized differently to maintain an effective fertilization program. So that's kind of what we look for, but we have to understand that, you know, without proper measurements, then we actually don't know what is out there. So our soil particles, we have sand, silt, and clay. Sand is the biggest particle in the soil, and then we have silt, which is small, and clay. The clay is the only negatively charged particle in the soil, other than the humus has a attractant in it as well, and it's net negative as well, and it's got better holding capacity. But for all intents and purposes, what we're trying to do, it's hard to build humus in some environments. So for all intents and purposes, we're just going to say clay is our basis of where all of our cations or our positively charged elements are going to, or nutrients are going to attach to and become usable for that crop. We have what Gary was touching on, the physical, chemical, and biological. It is a very important kind of triangle there, because you can't have one without the other. We're looking at the physical structure, and that's what we try and promote, that proper balance, that proper aeration, the proper ratio of air to water, you know. So, and then to achieve that, we have to go to the chemical foundation, which also that directly affects the physical, and then the chemical also can affect the biological aspect by mismanagement in what we're actually applying, and the chemical is what allows us to get the physical, which allows us to create a home for the biological processes. So it's all about that structure. Or what I am trying to convey is that, you know, we're after that physical structure, that home. You know, everything stems from what's beneath our feet. So if we don't have that proper structure, then we don't have very effective crops, and we're not growing quality anymore. So that's a very important concept to remember, that all of these work together, and it's all a circle of life, basically. Surface area and water holding capacity. The clay has a greater surface area, sand has less surface area. That means that clay having a smaller pore space, its water drainage is going to be a lot slower than in a sandy soil, where it just will has the bigger particle size, and they just kind of drop through. So and there's less, the more sandy conditions, the less clay is likely. So management of the clay and trying to get that into what we call balance is going to be essential in sandier conditions. As you see, this is just a chart to show that the sands and silts and clay, as you climb that, you get better water holding capacity. When crops don't get the nutrients that they need, they suck up water trying to find that nutrient that is lacking. You know? So whenever we actually are building this structure, we are applying a reservoir of nutrients that stick around longer and don't leach out as fast. So what we're doing effectively while balancing and giving that proper structure is creating more opportunity for that plant to get the nutrients that it needs, and it's not using as much water if you are fertilizing correctly based on that. But I don't want to get it too much into crop fertilization, because I'm trying to focus more on just how to achieve that proper structure. But just know It's important to note that, especially while we're talking about regenerative, that irrigation, especially in or land that does need to be irrigated, if we are properly managing the soil, we actually can get away with less inputs. If we are giving the plant that nutrient that it needs, it won't have to suck up as much water, and we will be able to irrigate less often and potentially save that way as well. So I think it's just a very important concept. And that's kind of what I say here: when they don't get nutrient needs, it pumps in water, and we can save money or just water resource. Water it's a semi-renewable resource, but you can't really make anymore. So we're trying to conserve as much as we can too, just like we're trying to conserve the land. So they kind of work hand in hand. The soil depth, what I say, or what is generally thought is on the top 2 inches, that's 0 to 5 centimeters. That's where the majority of biological life is in the soil, and that's where the plant prefers to feed from. So if we are, and then down to the 6 to 16 centimeter range is also the aerobic zone. So any place that air and water can get, or air can get into, is where that microbiology is living and trying to convert nutrients. The higher you go, the more likely that is to convert. That organic layer is where the majority of nutrients are like to be converted. So that's where the majority of bacteria live. So the microbial life in the soil, they're the bridge to what make that plant system work. They help convert nutrients into plant usable forms, and without them, the soil is just geology at this point. So that's why also cover cropping is a big beneficial practice, because we are introducing more biodiversity into that field. If we just keep going, okay, corn, soybeans, corn, soybean rotation, there's only a certain number of microbiology paths that will be taken. If we start incorporating, only a certain number of bacteria will be stimulated whenever those root exudates and all of those sugars get put down in there. If we start to introduce cover crops, that allows more microbial populations to get involved and excited about what is being grown there. And the more biology we have in the soil, just the better health we're going to have in general. So it's a very important thing to think about the microbiology, because that is what makes soil living. It is a living, breathing organism, just like we are, just like the biology is. So we have to take care of that. Mycorrhiza is one of the beneficial fungal filaments. I won't spend too much time on that, but just it's an example of a beneficial microbe and fungal filament that is something that we need to protect. So the rhizosphere is the zone directly around the plant roots, and they feed the organism in exchange for nutrients. This works through the plant putting down root exudates, and through chemical signaling, they say, oh, well, this is the nutrient that I need right here, and I will exchange a nutrient off of the soil colloid or in that soil solution, and I will trade and I will feed the bacteria around that root hair. So the basics of balancing soil. So I kind of wanted to just touch on what was underneath our feet. Now I'm going to get into how this program actually it works. A little bit more scientific, I guess. I hope that's okay. So we have cations and anions. The clay colloid and humus are negatively charged, and so our nutrients that we're looking at, namely calcium, magnesium, whenever we're talking about structure, but there's calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, hydrogen, ammonium, and then some of the micronutrients that we use, they're also positively charged. So What we're looking for, though, is that cations are positive and anions are negative. Our clay colloid is net negative. That will attract a positively charged anion or cation. So just to let you know, like it's like a magnet, you know, positive and negative attract, and then the same charges will repel. So cations with a single plus charge create a less strong bond than the colloid with the double positive charge. Calcium, magnesium are divalent or double charged ions, and everything else basically is monovalent or single charged. That is, the important ones that we think of are potassium, sodium, hydrogen. So that means that double charged ions will easily knock the single charged ions off that colloid. So a calcium or a magnesium comes in a soil solution, that will bully the potassium or sodium off if you have an issue with that. Went through all the cations already. The anions are easily leached out with water since they are negatively charged and not able to be held by the colloid, which is a negative charge as well. If you build humus content, you can see anions stick around just a little bit more. It has 3 times the holding capacity of what a clay colloid will. So if you get if you're diligent in your work and you do build a good humus level, then you can see anions start to loosely attract to those in that upper layer as well, and more effectiveness. But if as water comes in, that anion's just going to be leached down further and further. So that's why it's also important to build this proper structure to limit the infiltration of water, because water is what carries that nutrient into the plant or down into the soil. It's the vehicle that the nutrient rides on the back of. And if we don't have the proper structure, then it will leach down faster than what that plant can pick up. So that's one of the reasons that that we're trying to achieve that proper structure as well. These are some of the anions that are measured in our test individually that cation exchange, that's when a plant wants a nutrient such as potassium from the soil, it will exchange with that plant a hydrogen ion. And then as that plant takes the potassium off, that hydrogen will come and take that ion's place on that colloid. That's called cation exchange. And that's important because that is where basically we get a lot of those nutrients that feed that biology. It'll go into that plant. But we're going to feed the soil and then let that feed the plant. If we feed the soil, that feeds the biology, which trades the nutrients for the plants we need. And if we feed the soil with the correct nutrients, we can create a good home for both the life in the soil and the plants themselves. So what is that, we are... That was pretty loud. But if we feed the soil with the correct nutrients, we create a good home for that life. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build that home for our biology and for our plant roots. So, and that comes from that proper structure that we're talking about. So what is that proper structure? That optimum soil, we want 25% air, 25% water, 5% organic matter, and 45% minerals. And obviously that's not really achievable in like heavy rainfall conditions. That's just what we consider an optimum soil if everything works out. But if you get everything in balance and structure is achieved correctly, then that gives the kind of a buffer, a resilience to that soil that even on extremely wet years, it can bounce back from that and maintain what it needs to do. So why do we care about the soil health in general? We get better crop health, increased nutrient uptake, healthier plants, and increased biology. When we think about what is needed to grow a crop, we often overlook a few things. Crops have to suffer because we don't understand really what is happening or what is needed, and the factors that go into soil and crop health. So we need to balance that aeration. We need to achieve that proper air and water ratio to allow for that microbial population to thrive. The microbes are what convert the fertilizer and into a plant usable form. So if we don't have that structure, will inhibit the microbes' ability to do their job adequately and correctly. And microbiology eats first, so all of our minerals that we're putting on, all of our fertilizers, they are actually going to be used. That fertilizer is going to feed them first before it even can go to the crop. So we need to understand that they need to eat as well. They're not doing this for the plant's benefit. They're doing it for their benefit. The plant just gets to ride off the back of that. So it's a very important thing to remember. So what is a balanced soil? Whenever I talk about that, we are looking. This is based on a exchange capacity or a nutrient holding capacity, or the clay content of the soil at 68% calcium, 10% magnesium on a heavier soil. On a sandy condition, it would be closer to 60% calcium and 20% magnesium, and that is because magnesium, and I'll show a thing here in a little bit, but in essence, magnesium is what disperses clay colloids. Calcium flocculates or makes them clump together. It increases the pore space and allows water and nutrition to drain more freely. As we introduce magnesium, it actually disperses those clay particles and allows a tighter soil. And so then we get more of an increased ability for that soil to hold water longer for that plant to pick up. So that's why in lower, sandier conditions, we want to raise that magnesium level to try and disperse what clay is in that sand to work for that soil's benefit. Our potassium levels, we say 2 to 5%, depending on what crop it is. The higher potassium, towards 5%, is preferred on the majority of crops. So that way we know that we have the reservoir down, and for those plants to be able to pick up. Sodium is also somewhat it's beneficial in sugar beet crops, and we've seen it really affect positively in a low concentration a multitude of different crops. But yeah, this is the optimum ranges for a higher balanced or a higher exchange soil, and that will in turn feed the plant. However, MPK and S is relied on to feed the crop. So we need to remember that this is not this is to feed the soil and to create the proper environment. This is not what actually will feed the crop. Is calcium, magnesium won't feed a crop. We still do have to be diligent in how we fertilize, and it's just another layer to the puzzle. It's I think of soil fertility like an onion. It comes down to management practices and water conservation, introductions to all these different topics, and it just keeps going. So whenever I talk about base saturation, that is what we look at whenever we're determining what how much of that nutrient is saturated, that cation is saturated in that or held onto that clay colloid. So when we're looking at a balancing soil, we look at that base saturation percentage to determine what our structure looks like. And you can get a pretty good idea, and we just kind of shoot based on those, take it higher or lower, depending on what is shown on that soil test. The base saturation percentage is the percentage of the exchange capacity, so that clay content that are occupied by those base cations, calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, and hydrogen, and the other bases such as the micronutrients. With base saturation, we're getting a detailed and accurate look at what is in the soil and attaching itself to the clay colloids. And so basically that is how we determine how close we are to that ideal structure. And then we have nutrient interactions that, gotta check my time. We have nutrient interactions as well. So that's another layer that on top, you know, I like to, oh, sorry. There it is. We have nutrient interactions, like, so if we are higher in magnesium than potassium, then we start blocking out the ability and if of magnesium to work correctly. And so if our potassium and magnesium is over 10%, then we start blocking out manganese. There's multiple different interactions that are happening as well, that to be a proper, or to understand your ground effectively, we need to understand that there are limitations to what can be done. And these limitations, we have Justus von Liebig. He created this barrel stave theory, or the law of the minimum, which that states that growth is dictated not by the total resources available, but by the scarcest resource, which is that limiting factor. So if you're severely deficient in something, if we put that back and we start to increase that level in the soil and what is available to the plant, our yields will increase. So depleted nutrients limit yields, but the best yield increase is achieved by supplying the most limiting nutrient first. We rebuild and restore the most depleted nutrients so that the full capacity of the soil may be realized. But there was also Andre Voisin, who said that there's a law of the maximum. He stated that excess of an available element in the soil reduces effectiveness of other elements and consequently lowers the harvest yield obtained with biological quality. It kind of goes to what I was saying with the magnesium and potassium being above a certain number, then that's going to tie up manganese, which manganese is integral for germination, seed germination, and other benefits of plants. Even though it's a micronutrient, it's a pretty big deal. So, you know, we just have to watch and make sure that we're not undercutting something or not overdoing something, because both have negative effects. So mainly this applies whenever people are using like manures or something. Then, you know, you can apply it, you can have too much of a good thing, and it works really well for you for the first couple years, but eventually overuse of, like, say, a manure could lead to phosphate excesses, which could start tying up and antagonizing with your, say, zinc or sulfur, which, you know, both are also necessary. Zinc for moisture absorption, sulfur to, it does a whole lot of, you know, help with carbohydrate production. So just another thing to think about whenever we're, you know, just to add to your list of things to think about whenever you're looking out at your soil. Soil balancing. Most farms will show excesses or deficiencies that won't be apparent just by looking at it with the naked eye. Only when severe starvation happens is when symptoms present themselves, both in plants and animals. We need to catch these hidden hungers before they become severely deficient. You know, that's like us. You know, if we're not eating correctly, you know, the plant can't talk. We can talk. We know if we're hungry. The plant can't. And if we are starving them of the nutrients that they need, then it's only whenever we become severely malnourished that we actually show physical symptoms. Same with a plant, you know. If we're already reaching that stage, then we've done something wrong for far too long, and it's going to take, the more that we're not aware of that and fix it quicker, the longer it is going to take to actually fix. So when fertilizers are not used by the crop, they remain available to the soil for the next crop. They're called soil feeders. Whenever they tie up or leach out shortly after application, they can be known as plant feeders, but they typically don't stick around in the soil. So like our foliar applications. Whenever we're needing to supplement some sort of nutrient, we typically go towards a foliar mindset, but that's not, a foliar mindset is not going to be as effective as a soil feeder, because you'll get some with the runoff, but that will basically get taken up by the plant, but that water is just going to take it straight down whenever you get water present in that soil. So calcium magnesium balance, that is a balance of calcium magnesium that can help you balance out pore space and allow for water and nutrients to flow correctly through the soil. Calcium causes the clay particles to aggregate or flocculate. That's bringing the clay colloids together, which increases that pore space, and in increasing that pore space, it helps with nutrient availability and water draining capacity by making a more ideal air-water relationship. This is based on the fact that a high magnesium soil is very tight, and as you introduce water and nutrition, you'll have so much runoff. As we introduce that calcium, we start to loosen up and increase the effectiveness of that soil to be able to infiltrate that water and nutrients. So you'll get less runoff over time as that pore space increases. And then so this is kind of my little way of understanding it. A high magnesium soil, basically we're just getting runoff. We're not getting very good infiltration. And then as these this calcium gets introduced on these clay colloids and bullies off that magnesium that is present on it, it will start to clump together, and it will increase your water draining capacity. And with magnesium balance, it collects water in between the clay particles and the magnesium ion. That is what helps magnesium increase the water holding capacity. And the pore space reduction allows for longer moisture periods because less air is there to dry it out. Basically, we're trying to displace whatever's in excess of calcium magnesium. It's always a battle between the two to try and figure out which one is in excess, or sometimes they're both deficient and we just have to add both. But it's the first mindset is looking at that exchange capacity and what that calcium magnesium balance is to create that ideal structure for all life in the soil. Magnesium, so this would be an example of like a high calcium, low magnesium soil. We have way too much drainage, and that will, in my little head, I'm thinking that would, all those nutrients just wash out way too fast for the plant to be able to take up. So as we bully the calcium off of that magnesium, we will start to disperse those clay colloids and create a more ideal environment and better infiltration rates. The only other thing that I'd like to note about magnesium is magnesium is a much stronger bond on the clay colloid than calcium is, because you see around that is a little blue section. That is a water shell around that, which also magnesium helps promote and hold water better because of this hydration sphere around that magnesium ion. It actually allows us, it's one of the benefits of having magnesium there too, and why it's such a big key in sandier soils as well. You might hate it if you have a lot of magnesium in a high clay soil, but in sand it's key. Calcium is electrostatically charged, and every other element, positive element, is as well. It's like rubbing a balloon on your head and then sticking it to the wall. That's how, and it loosely bonds that way. The magnesium with that hydration sphere, that water sphere, makes that bond a little more tightly. So, yeah, in summary, that's what we're looking for whenever we're trying to balance out. You know, we just have to look at what is available to us and just find that proper ratio, and achieve that proper structure of air and water in order to create our home for all of our life in the soil. So Thank you very much.
Kyle, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have still energy? Do you still have energy?
I have energy?
Do you have still energy?
I have a little.
Yeah, that's great because you need energy for all hour because we are bound to start our debate.
Sounds
Please
good.
take a seat.
Okay.
You're welcome. Relax. Have some water. Bo to jest, proszę Państwa, zaproszenie do kolejnej debaty i Kyle...
This is an invitation to a debate. Kyle will take part in the debate, but not only him. We'll have more experts looking at the balanced soil as a fundament of effective agricultural production.
I to jest, proszę Państwa, ten moment, kiedy możemy wszystkich Państwa zaprosić do drugiej
Welcome
debaty.
again. This is the second debate. Our experts are here. Also, we have Bartłomiej Czekała, who will lead the debate. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to greet you during the second debate. We're here among practitioners, experts, all those who know how to approach soil in the right way, what to do to turn soil effective, to turn soil into a true workshop for the farmer. Therefore, we have the debate for a balanced soil production. That's why we have experts, practitioners, and I would like to greet here from the lady, Dr. Aneta Pożanorska from Warsaw, from the Institute of Agriculture. Then we also have Rafał Igielski, the owner of Somigro, which is in charge of soil biological studies. The next guest is Dr. Andrew Szymczak from Kuhn Company.
Our next guest, Kai Long, soil fertility specialist at Kinsey Agricultural Services. Nice to see you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Witamy serdecznie.
And the next guest is Dominik Modecki, president of KPS Polska. And Professor Witold Szczepaniak from Poznań University. Ladies and gentlemen, soil is an extremely important element of agricultural production, and we come to a point when our approach to soil should change for a number of reasons. During the debates, during the discussions, economic themes have been mentioned. The Green Deal, for example, stimulates people to use the eco schemes. There are different programs that are ran, focused on how to manage soil, how to extract more by caring more, but these are not the only drivers. To have a proper approach to soil, we need to think, what is soil health? Therefore, the first question is, how can we define soil health? And perhaps, Kai Long, would you take that question?
So, to me, what soil health is creating that proper environment, as I say it a ton of times, not because I don't have anything better to say, it's because I think it's that important. You know, it's creating that home. Without it, without soil fertility and understanding what makes up your soil and what promotes it to be healthy, then there's no way that we can effectively manage it or keep ourselves living for much longer. You know, we keep take, and if we don't start understanding that we need to start putting back whatever we take out, and how to do that effectively and efficiently by creating that, to me, it all stems from that proper structure to maximize our effectiveness and how we approach, and then everything else comes after that, or synonymously with that as well, by thinking, okay, how do I achieve that economically and efficiently as well? But, you know, to maximize the efficiency, it all comes through you know, understanding and being educated on that movement forward, and you know, focused on that next step towards fertility. But it all comes down to, you know, that's what's under our feet. That's what's going to keep us alive on this planet. You know, without food, we're not going to be here. Without quality food, we're going to start to diminish as well. So it all plays a big part into it, and it's just understanding that it all stems from understanding that there's something that we have to do, and we need to start doing it very soon, because each step that we take that's not forward is a step backwards and going to potentially lead us to a worse future.
Thank you. Bardzo mnie ciekawi, co na ten temat sądzi pan Rafał.
Rafał, I wonder, what is your take on that? You're specializing in that. How would you define healthy soil? Well, in terms of health soil, a lot is being said about parameters, chemical parameters of the capacity. I mean, without saying this is the key parameters, soil structure, absolutely. This is a key parameter contributing to soil health. We also talk about or speak about soil biology, because how do we measure soil biology? That's a big question. We have some scientific tools which not necessarily fall in line with agricultural practice, because expensive, advanced methods not necessarily will be good. But there are three components contributing to soil health. If these components are aligned, then we are close to success. We need to remember that health is something that is living. If we are to measure soil health, we need to remember about this. We are also regenerating soil. For me, it's important not to spoil soil health. If we don't spoil the soil health, then we're halfway there, and biologization is the missing key link. To expand on the question, Perhaps I'd like to ask our experts from universities. How would you describe a healthy soil? You know, looking through the eyes of specialists, and they are auditing farms. Well, for me, maybe coming back to the definition, it should indicate why it is important. Soil health is its ability to play a special function related to its potential. We talked about organic matter, about carbon sequestration. Now, to illustrate the definition is that soil has a specific quality, and we can measure it. We can measure its properties. The contents of carbon in the soil, of organic matter in the soil. And on the basis of this organic matter, we'll get the function or the capacity of the soil to store carbon in it. There are also other functions: to retain water, nutrients, to provide nutrients with food to other soil users. And all these functions, all these uses allow us to benefit from this. Organic matter boosts yield. As humanity, the benefit is that we could reduce the concentration of greenhouse gases. We know that they are there, and depending on our activities, we could cut down on the amount of greenhouse gases. So, and this is a function of the soil. Professor? Well, I must agree with the speaker, with what the speaker said. This is just a fertile, productive soil. Whatever concepts we add to that, we've been discussing them since morning. So on the one side, it shouldn't be fertility or health or productivity in a unit of time, but to sustain or actually expand it. But I suppose that the question, if I were to ask these questions to my students, put these questions to my students, then they would say that the soil is soil without contamination of active substances, and it's not simply fallow. But this is a simplification. We need to take a broader point of view. It depends on us what to add to the definition, which aspects. However, what the professor said before me, that soil must produce from the agricultural point of view, and that's what we need to remember. Production, naturally, should be at the lowest possible cost from the point of view of the farmer, because then the profit will be higher. But if we focus only on mineral fertilizers, what I'm specializing on, this is only one direction, which could be a blind alley, because there are a number of aspects that were mentioned today that need to be addressed, discussed, controlled, and improved, if possible. Of course, we won't be able to fix everything. It may happen that we have a perfect soil, and then it's just enough to keep it as it is. But from the point of view of the farmer, a healthy soil is a soil that yields production. And now you triggered my second questions. How do we know what the soil needs? What is missing in the soil? If we make an analogy between soil and human organism, then in a plant we can see some shortcomings, shortages, and often we are fighting symptoms. But the root cause, so to say, is the legacy of poor crop rotation or poor fertilization or other things, right? There might be wrong active substances. So how do we know that our soil needs something, that we need to change something? Dominik Wodecki, perhaps.
Thank you. I like that comparison that you've just used. That people feel certain shortages of nutrients. We must have heard a lot of ads of diet supplements. That reflects how important that can be. We know that both humans and plants might have shortages of magnesium, but also many other minerals. But all of you know that when you go to the fields and see something missing or shortage of something on plants, then we all know that the milk has been spilled already. And the best thing to do is to think what to do in the future to avoid it. To put it in other words, it's too late. So, if we know that we have a problem, how do we analyze it in detail? It's not only about checking shortages by testing, but also soil tests. And there are different types of soil tests. Some farmers might be doing soil tests, but they might be doing it in not an optimal way. Some tests are basic tests, but in many cases, micronutrients are of key importance. So the broader the spectrum of the test, the better for the resultant diagnosis. Artur Szymczak? I'd like to say something important. It's something that we offer as a service. Soil tests. First, we observe it from satellite pictures to select the right areas for sample taking, for sampling. In Poland, we work with poor quality soils. Most often, or usually. I know that because the agricultural machinery has to be really quick, really fast. So we have specific fields and we have specific soils that change quickly. So we need to localize best places for sampling, for sample taking. That's done using GPS equipment and having consulted with the farmer, because nobody else knows the field better than the owner or the farmer. So that boosts our precision. Well, I could argue with that nobody else knows the field better than the farmer. That sounds like wishful thinking. Well, why am I saying that? One of the first questions I ask whenever facing new students is if they do soil tests, and believe it or not, the situation is far from good. So I might argue with your statement, but I wish it were like that. Well, you might be right, but observing is the essence of analyzing or diagnosing. Obviously supported with technical progress. Machines by themselves or soil samples would not take us anywhere without farmers' willingness to work with us. Since we know that there's a problem with that, then minority of farmers test their soil, their fields. That's not a mass phenomenon. It's been growing. There has been some progress recently, but stationary tests are also very important. What can we do to encourage farmers to test their fields, their soils, to analyze them?
ta mozaika lepiej jest bardziej widoczna, wypuklona, ale też czy tylko te kwestie ekonomiczne są w stanie...
Do you think that the economic factors themselves or just economic factors can convince farmers? Kyle, what's your opinion? What can we do to convince farmers to do more?
Farmers in US treat soil and the point of view to take care about the soil.
What economic factors are there?
Only,
are they thinking about
yes,
economics?
What is the main reason to act? Economic or just what they see on the field? Czy tylko to, co widzą na polach, jest dla nich czynnikiem, który motywuje, czy też właśnie warianty ekonomiczne?
Is it just what they see on the fields that motivates them, or also economic or financial factors?
As far as their motivation to help the soil, is that what you're asking? So, of course, everything's economic in the United States. If you can make $1, then that is where that's where the thought process goes a lot of times. But I have seen this pick up more and more. There's a little more enthusiasm for helping the soil and understanding what it needs, because so many people don't want to stray away from tradition. It's hard. My father farmed this way, and my grandfather farmed this way, and so they knew what they were talking about. I'm going to keep doing the same thing. But the power is in educating and helping them understand that there's more to life than NPK, throwing on just the base nutrients, and considering that good, that there's more things to look at. But to achieve that, economics does play a part, because a lot of growers, if they don't have a sizable farm, then it's harder to make those inputs to fix the soil, and so they have to do it on a budget that may or may not allow for a quick fix. They have to think about growing the plant as well. It's a multi-level tier. So economics plays a part in determining how quickly they will fix the soil if they are educated and motivated to actually doing so. But as we educate and we help people understand that there's more of an influence going there, and a more enthusiastic approach, and we've seen more and more people turn towards more sustainable and regenerative practices, and they get excited about farming again because they see their yields increase, because they're actually doing what the soil needs and what the biology, it all stems from biology. We're creating that home, and we're maximizing our efficiency of that soil now, or at least moving towards maximizing our efficiency. It's hard to say that we can ever achieve that perfect, but you never can achieve that perfect soil, but you can get, right close, and then keep maintaining an efficient and effective soil for that soil type. So.
Dziękujemy za ten głos i doświadczenia.
Thank you for that. I wonder how can we convince Polish farmers to start doing soil tests, to start with monitoring, be it geo-monitoring or other. Each of us would like Polish farmers to test their soils, their fields, but then we all come across the question, why? What for? So speaking of incentives, it seems that the tests are done only for financial consequences. If that's the only reason, then it's wasted the money. The more conscious farmers reach for better and better technology. Satellite monitoring, that's a good tool, because it can help us focus on areas that require our attention, which translates into savings. analyzing field economy, because as Kyle said, it's the field economy that matters. That's the bottom line. If farmers are to pay for something that they do not benefit from, they simply won't. When it comes to field tests, it's getting more and more difficult because the range of tests is broader and they cost. Farmers must know what they'll get from it. So when it comes to regen farming, agriculture, a lot is told about biology. So we need to convince them that there is biology and that's something that needs attention. We have to remember that it's a 3, 4, 5-year-old process. So if they do not get returns after year, 2 years, or 3 years, then it can be problematic. I bet all of us would like farmers to know their fields very well, but as we've just heard, that's a bit of wishful thinking, or they might know the obvious signs. But there are knowing that there is a fallow spot and doing nothing about it. That's not knowing your field, and that's the problem. So farmers need to know why we test it, and that has to be supported with financial incentives from the Ministry of Agriculture, for instance, because without that, it would be difficult, and it has to be dedicated, focused.
Moi przedmówcy poruszyli bardzo ważne kwestie, mianowicie to, że gleby są mozaikowate.
We've just heard something very important, that we have a mosaic of fields. There is no single solution, no single remedy, because simply soils are different. Another thing is economics of farming. How can we know how to best handle my field and how to be most effective in what I have available if we don't know what's actually in there, in that soil? So the combination of regen farming and individual approach translates into economical outcomes. When you're fixing something, you need to know that you'll get something from it. So you must know your tools and your workshop to identify the sicknesses, to fix it, and to get high yield from your crops. That's economics, and that's what regen farming is about. We fix it and we make sure that it's a long-term health. Because if we're not able to interpret the soil attributes, we turn to specialists. We call universities. We call specialists, experts, and I'm sure the soil will say thank you. Few issues. Firstly, I'm not sure if fixing is the right word. Let's say correct, not fix. Why is that? Fixing suggests that something is broken. And the example we've heard, if there is a blank spot on the field, it's a problem, but we need to know what is the reason. Different tools are needed for that. So firstly, we need the right tools, we need to use them properly, which means correct interpretation. Chemical analysis. You bring soil samples and you get pH, the class, and potassium and magnesium capacity. Now, all these aspects need to be properly interpreted, and the interpretation comes from very specific people. We might agree with that or not, but that has to be shared with farmers.
bardzo ważne jest to, żebyśmy doprowadzili do czego? Żebyśmy doprowadzili do tego,
So what is very important is to make sure that the approach needs to be
pomijając już to, bo tutaj padła kwestia,
consistent.
dlaczego też rolnicy rzadziej, przynajmniej niektórzy, a niektórzy w ogóle nie.
We've heard that some farmers don't do tests or do it less frequent. It's because the consistency of results is not satisfactory. We can be sending the same sample to few laboratories and we might get various different results.
Bardzo często spotykam się z rolnikami na wykładach,
I meet farmers who say that they delivered soil samples and it turns out that my quality class is too great, is too below, and the crops or yield is still the same. Another thing is the financial incentives. That's something we might want to reconsider when we look at the prices of nitrogen fertilizers over the last 2 years. And I don't think it is needed. A ton of fertilizer used to costs over 4,000 zloty. That's very expensive. That's expenditure that needs to be justified. And the only way to justify it is to run soil tests. Oh, very seamlessly you've moved to my next question. So once we have the results of the soil tests, and those can be different results, how do we interpret those to get the most out of it, or what we need? To put it in other words, what needs to be corrected in our soil? There are various practices with various farmers, and the approach or the diagnosis must be customized. So how the results can be optimally used?
Zgadzam się tu z panem profesorem oczywiście.
I agree with professor.
I problem czasem leży w nadmierze.
The problem sometimes is in overabundance. We are manufacturer of potassium and magnesium
i właśnie analizami, które są często
fertilizers.
ale też
and we come across various interpretations of results. There are various sources of interpretation of knowledge and they sometimes are very different. We're trying to find a consistent basis for uptake of these minerals. But that's different for different crops. Wheat has been always grown in Poland for 100 years or something, and potassium is one of the basic key nutrients. But if I asked you how much potassium a ton of wheat is consumed, then the answer might be very different, and that makes farmers' work or interpretation very difficult. So I might appeal to universities to make these numbers as high as possible because we manufacture fertilizers. I'm just kidding, but believe me or not, it's not in our interest to be the consumption as high as possible. The long-term well-being is what matters to us. So balancing the ingredients, we keep working on it. These are all connected vessels. We're trying to add our piece of the puzzle to the whole bacteria or biology, chemistry, physics, fertilizer puzzle.
Aby starać się doprowadzić do takiej szerzenia tej wiedzy
najbardziej Our point is also to share the most practical knowledge.
W gospodarstwie potem się okazuje,
what it all comes down
to co jednak ojciec robił tam zawsze na tym polu
my father did
w sumie zupełnie tak bez racji to nie
years ago was actually made sense. In the case of macronutrients, it is easy, but it gets difficult when it starts when we move to something called new technology. I know my grandpa used manure, but he knew that because he knew that it supported microbiology, and although he didn't know in what way or how it worked, but he knew it worked. He didn't know the bacteria it was there, but he knew that it would help his wheat grow. So we're trying to contribute to that, and I believe many companies from the sector do the same. But the level of
My staramy się też dokładać tego jako branża, też widzimy, bo my widzimy,
but that knowledge is not
że
consistent
korzyść
yet.
taka nasza
We see that our financial benefits
do produkcji rolnej
of fertilizer manufacturers is that when farmers
prostym stosowaniu naszego rozwiązania.
have basic knowledge of using our products.
Precyzyjnie, łatwo może obliczyć,
Potassium and magnesium fertilizers are needed.
Potasu na tą uprawę i ani kilograma więcej. Chciałem powtórzyć wyraźnie. Żartowałem oczywiście, że im więcej, tym lepiej. Nie chciałbym, żebyście to Państwo zapamiętali, że koniecznie chcę Wam sprzedać jak najwięcej.
Those will be bought when they are needed.
Jest najważniejsze w tym wszystkim.
And they are needed when they are known to work.
Dalej muszą ze sobą
And that requires basic understanding, correct
na cały temat
understanding.
tej dzisiejszej konferencji odnośnie regeneratywnego rolnictwa.
And there is a space for regen agriculture in that.
Ładnie dobra praktyka rolnicza.
I believe in the past it was called good agricultural practice.
Pasuje, może to pojęcie jest szersze, może jest trochę bardziej wyszczegółowione, może bardziej skupia się w tamto, ale każdy rolnik, nawet wiekowy, któremu znane jest pojęcie dobrej praktyki rolniczej, myślę, że w całej tej dzisiejszej tematyce, którą dzisiaj poruszamy, bardzo dobrze powinien się odnaleźć.
And I believe all of them would know what we talk about today at the Regen conference, and that's something that they fully support. The same question for Kyle Long. What is your opinion on how to best use the results of the tests into specific actions?
What I look at first is whenever I'm looking at a soil test, is determining what that exchange is or what that clay content is, because without knowing that, I'm always focused on building that home, or at least seeing if I am able to do it and how much it would take to build that proper home and start moving in the direction of correcting that soil. I think that was a good point about correcting rather than fixing. That is a much better analogy for it. But if we don't know how much, what our exchange is, and we're not really diligent about understanding what that represents in the form of the soil, then how are we able to manage it correctly? So that's one of the first keys. And then I look at that calcium magnesium saturation as well, and see how close we are to that ideal structure or that air and water ratio. And then I start looking at the macronutrients and seeing, okay, where are these levels? And in my experience, where do they need to be to grow an effective crop? And then as well as the micronutrients in that as well. So it's kind of, there's my little stepping stool of what I look at on a soil test to determine how fertile that soil is or what it needs to be done to correct it. But whenever at the same time you have to be mindful of all these different practices, and and I calculated it out to where it's like, oh, this is the full amount that it would take to do everything to correct that soil. But then you take it to the farmer or the grower or the land manager, and they say, that's way too much. And so then how can I prioritize my inputs to best benefit that crop and give me a movement forward? That also comes from educating the growers and managers themselves and saying, okay, this is what I am going to look for, this is what's going to benefit you the most, and start educating them on the thought processes behind what we make, why we make recommendations or fertilization inputs. The more knowledgeable they are, the better that we're able to make decisions together, because they know how they want to farm, and if we're all on the same page, then it makes it so much easier to arrive at an effective solution, because maybe I might not know of a source that they want to use whenever, like a fertilization source, but they know what it is. If we know what goal we're trying to achieve, they know already, oh, well, I know how to do this effectively as well. So the more knowledgeable that we are, the better we're able to start moving in that forward direction. So that's why I put so much emphasis and passion on education, and not only for professionals to be able to know how to utilize these programs, but all of you as well. So it's very important to understand the foundational concepts of what we're trying to do, and when we're looking at a soil test, oh, well, this is what we are trying to achieve, and every professional will give a different opinion. That's just one person from Missouri's opinion on what I look for. Gary probably has something else to say about it, and everybody has what they prefer to look at, but it's all encompassing though. It's not, it stems from the soil, but you also have those, like if somebody's renting ground, they may not want to put as much money into it as somebody that owns that land, if they are not going to see that yield increase. If it's super deficient in a nutrient, then obviously you'll get some benefit of proper nutrition by getting that yield increase, which will turn a profit. But if you're rented ground, you may not want to try and correct that soil because, well, I'm just going to be off of it in a couple of years, or you have to cycle through growers as well, which makes land management much more difficult, and their incentive to fix the soil much more difficult. And that just comes with trying to promote passion into people like that are, having to fall into that cycle of not being able to own that land and really see like, oh, that's not my child, so no, I can't.
I w tym wszystkim, co pan powiedział, ważne jest też to, że
in all that you've said, that being a farmer is an occupation that takes patience, and improving soil is also something that requires patience. And the reaction is not immediate, is not instant. But trying to close this topic, how to properly, correctly interpret test results, how to make the soil work properly. From our point of view, because we test the biological quality of soil, and everybody keeps asking us what to do, and so we are the missing link. And whenever we talk to farmers or advisors, it turns out that the things that have so far been on the level that we think so, it turns out it is the missing link. So what to do? One of the practices of carbon practice is no-tillage farming. Well, great, but you cannot take a piece of the whole strategy of regen farming and say that from now on it'll be great. We can say that yes, microbiological activity of healthy soil improved, the structure improved for sure, but at the same time it turns out that certain chemicals have been used because we had problems with pests. And the chemicals simply destroy biological life. So the structure had been improved, But the biology, the life in the soil has been simply killed somehow. So we can support microorganisms with proper use of fertilizers, potassium for instance, or phosphorus, but we need to remember that microorganisms, when they get too much of that, they will not feel like working simply. So optimization. Optimization compared to the microbiological activity. There's life in the soil, but there is a certain fragility. When there are a lot of various microorganisms, they'll do just fine, they'll adapt. But if we're starting to lack these, then we come across problems. And then we can intervene then. We might reach for certain measures. But you need to remember that there are no simple measures. Measures are custom made. Farm and that customization, that's for soil, for farm, for climate. So we're trying to offer missing links, but this is not the only thing that is missing. So the approach has to be comprehensive. It takes understanding. As Gary said, I really like that statement. How can we deliver microorganisms to soil? We can use certain products if we can afford it. But plants are a source for various microorganisms that support biological life in soil. Compost, great. Compost is great, but not everybody can afford it because, of course, we will not be making deliveries of compost over, I don't know, 30 miles or something. So economical aspects, and the biology is somewhere in the middle of it all. But biology is the missing link, and our role is to link that link together with farmers. We've run a very interesting analysis in Germany. It was the same field with alfalfa and wheat. And biodiversity and biological activity was very different, but these were leguminous. So what would you expect? Well, we had to agree with that. So there are things that used to be common knowledge in the past. Now we need to run some tests, some experiments to show that soil can eat through a t-shirt, for instance, right? We've talked about practice related to soil biology, and that's something that we should go to. But we need to remember that it requires machinery and equipment. Artur, many farms are facing need of upgrades for machinery. So speaking of biological farming, which machinery will be most important in the future?
Let's simply use the machines in the right way, because it's not only a machine itself. You need to have appropriate soil conditions, water retention, consultancy as well. It's a whole process. It's not just steel that will run into a field and cultivate the soil. We often have to adapt to climatic conditions or to climate changes. Before we run into the field, we need to think, do we have deep tillage or shallow tillage? We try to adapt and to meet customer needs, farmer needs, because a farmer wants precision farming. We, as a producer, have significant challenges how to ensure proper depth, especially where we have ultra-shallow land cultivation. cultivations. We sometimes provide tests or trials, also in deep plowing, as shallow as possible, but how deep still? So we are trying to use sensors to look at the density. We talk to consultants. It's a complicated process. It's not just a steel piece of equipment. We also can have a compromise like strip tilling, you know, with beetroot or corn, accompanying, you know, with plants that grow between these strips. So there are solutions to one-stage sowing or two-stage sowing, because we have different years. This year we had a cold spring, so actually it worked better to sow some of the strip earlier and then the rest later. If we don't talk to a consultant, if we don't watch what's happening in the field, if we don't observe weather, if we don't measure with the simplest weather station the weather, then the outcomes might be really different, and it's hard to identify why. And then direct sowing, which we also try to promulgate in Poland, first after crops, right after harvesting, because often we have droughts. While in these 2 inches there's still some water, so experts will make special mixes of after crops, and our machines allow us to actually sow every other row at different depths. The machine weighs 9 tons, and it must meet all the demands related to heavy soil, light soil, here in 100 meters. So we also have special hydraulic systems to maintain the depth of sowing. Often we have very heavy machinery, and it's only our common sense will ensure that we don't run into high emotions. Our neighbor is sowing and I'm not sowing, you know, I need to keep the deadline, etc. You need to have a high awareness of knowledge, and I'll agree with the professor, it needs to be consulted with a number of specialists to get the desired result. A machine is not just steel, it's a whole art of management, also during the crop rotation cycle. Sometimes we might have direct sowing if the conditions are harsh. If we want to improve the soil, we will sow deep. Farmers actually invested a lot recently in the minimum crops, but I think now we need to have a variety of methods, strip tilling, direct sowing, adapting to weather conditions and other external factors. You mentioned the professor, so I think I'd like to ask a question. I'd like to put the question to the professor, because in times of regenerative farming, you need to have precision machines in terms of agri-production, where we need to care about the soil, but naturally also agri-production is important, because the bottom line is important also for the farmer. What is your opinion about it? I fully agree that we need to select the right equipment, and that may be the decisive factors. Why? We might have the richest soil, but if we use machinery and we sow at the wrong time, you know, we can spoil everything. What I would, however, do is I wouldn't go to strip crops in the beginning because the soil gets warm from the top, so you know sometimes you might have an error. In Wielkopolska region, we had a representative from a Western company who had 1,000 hectares. Without saying any names, some people might know them, and that person went around Toruń while he had his farm elsewhere. And when he looked at the soil there, you know, the yield of the beetroot was wrong, right? So the deep crops should ensure we have the right humidity, moisture, and then perhaps have some fertilizing. Earlier, it's been mentioned also that recently the rainfall was 500 millimeters of water. That's really little. If we are talking about creating a root system, just 3 weeks ago, near Gostyń, we made an excavation there, and the root system went down to 1 meter 90 to 1 meter 92 centimeters for rapeseed. You know, and that rape can actually grow and create seeds, and it looks. We need to take into account not only water but also nutrients, because if we need to have nutrients, the highest amount of nutrients will be within these 2 inches from the top. And then, you know, the aerated part will have quite a lot of roots, but, you know, sugar beet or rape gets the nutrients from 20 centimeters. So we need to ensure that these nutrients are there. So if over the course of 12 months we have 500 millimeters of water, or we might have, you know, 4 millimeters, 3 millimeters, you know, should we actually include that in the calculations? Because if we have a temperature of 23, 25 degrees centigrade and wind, it will evaporate. So we need to ensure for the biological life to grow, for minerals to be used, and that is not only in the topsoil but also lower as well. One of the 5 rules of regenerative farming is proper calcium management. That's extremely important, with the ratios between calcium and magnesium. And an open question I might ask, you know, yes, we can determine the level of absorptive magnesium or calcium, but do we have appropriate standards? No, we don't. So we might use the garden method, as in gardening, but we don't have thresholds. We are only calculating the thresholds. If we look at Malich third method for 3 or 8 years, we have these numbers for magnesium, for potassium, but you can also mark microelements, absorptive calcium, but nothing else. Now, to expand on that, to elaborate on that, can we use the figures used by Germans and the Czechs? Well, if we wanted to have direct translations of the numbers, for light wall soils, we would need to have 1,000 milligrams of calcium per kilogram of soil. So 3/4 or 4/5 of agricultural land would have a low calcium content. So, yes, sometimes we do have methods, but we might have problems of interpreting that. But it's been mentioned, this is one of the key ingredients that drives soil fertility. In Poland, we simplified this. If you have proper pH, you shouldn't have a problem with calcium. Now we know that is not the case. Professor, thank you very much for this thing. You actually moved into a summary because the time for our debate comes to a close. We didn't have enough time, but let's treat this Congress as a springboard for different discussions on soil biologization. And I'm convinced that as we sit here and as we are present here, there will be opportunities to share the views and to meet many times to discuss at length everything. I'd like to thank everybody for this meeting. The soil is the foundation for the farmer in agri-food production. You need to select the technology, protect the soil, do whatever it takes with the soil to get the right outcome and protect the environment. And as we sit here, we all want also farming to be a business, so that we will care not only for the environment but also live on it. And the guests that we've had were Dr. Aneta Pyżanowska from the Warsaw University of Agriculture, Rafał Jagielski, owner of Somigro, Dr. Artur Szymczak, Managing Director of Kuhn Agricultural Machinery, Kai Long, Soil Fertility Specialist, our guest from overseas, and Dominik Modecki, the president of K+S Polska. And also Professor Wiktor Szczepaniak from the University of Agriculture of Natural Sciences in Poznań. And I was Jarosław Lewandowski. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bartłomiej Czekała. Bartłomiej Czekała will see us during the next debate, and time for lunch. After the lunch, we would like to invite you for another debate that I'll have the pleasure of hosting. It will be a big challenge because we'll talk about regenerative agriculture in the context of what you serve to your children or grandchildren. So we get back here at 3 p.m. Let's regenerate to talk about regenerative farming at 3:15. We're back.
My name is Gary Zimmer, and I am from the Midwestern United States, and I actually I was a dairy nutritionist, and I started a business with fertilizer and livestock nutrition, mostly called Midwestern Bioag, around that area, and got involved with putting together fertilizer programs for farms to get better quality feed for dairy cows. And that business started about 40 years ago. And so now it's been sold and things go on, and I'm supposed to be retired. Year 2000, my first book came out. I've written 3 books on this topic called biological farming. In America, I'm considered the father of biological farming because I called it biological farming way back 40 years ago. So I wanted the farmers to focus on life in the soil and the biology more than the chemistry that they were putting on. And so my books then got me all over this planet. I've been here before. I've been every little corner, whipped around the planet 10 times, I tell people, because they get a hold of my book and stuff. And it's actually now going to be published in Spanish, and and it's the basis, the concept. It's about getting the basis right. You can buy all kinds of little magic things to add to your song. We want to get the base right, just like for yourself, to get your human nutrition base right. Don't try to look for some magic pill that's going to make you feel wonderful. Yeah, and I think what it is that, see, our whole thing in the beginning when it started out as a dairy farm, if you get into this biological farming and this healthy soils, they're already partially biological because they got a rotation of forages and grains and different things. And so the forages give the soils a rest and a break. And the other thing is that I was teaching at a technical college, and I got introduced to the fact that what we put on the land affected the feed. And so I got into this thing, what would make ideal feed for a dairy cow? So now I'm involved with what would make ideal nutrient-dense food for humans. And I got certain benchmarks and monitor certain things we do to make better quality feed for dairy farms. And my business worked with about 4,000 farmers, and a lot of them were smaller. The very, very large farms, because they run on a different model, we actually do their fertilizer more than we do feeding the cows. That's all done with computers, and they don't get the longevity and the health we get. So I worked at a lot of small family farms. But it was about creating ideal feed for dairy cows, how I got in it. And then biology of the soil got to be a part of it. And so that's how I got started out teaching at a technical college. And then that's how I got introduced to soils, because I'm a dairy nutrition guy. For my whole experiences of as a dairy nutritionist, I'm self-taught in soils, and everybody thinks I'm a soils guy, but dairy cows and soils are very similar. This whole thing about creating better feed for dairy cows, it had a significant impact on cattle. See, they're locked in a barn and in a farm. You know, we can do. With humans, you can't do that with. We can give them on a specific diet and a specific kind of thing, and make sure what they eat is clean and healthy and got a high mineral balance, a high mineral uptake. Well, I think just like when we were on some farms over here yesterday, the whole movement now, everybody's talking about the word regeneration. We got to regenerate the land. We got to get involved with regenerating. What does that really mean? I think that for a lot of people, I said, well, obviously it's not working very well now. We wouldn't need to regenerate it. So what do we have to regenerate? And a lot of times it might be minerals and it might be biology, but there's been farms that have been at this a long time. My own family farm, we farm really quite radically. We're all organic, and we farm on 1 year soil building and 1 year crop production. But I can radically change soils. Everybody says, how long does it take to change soils? We spend a couple years fixing before we even start farming them. And then we got systems that the land keeps getting better, and it takes a while. I see you got to have 3 to 5 years even to really get to a level where I'm satisfied with. So it's quite an investment for farmers to do. But I think we can the land keeps getting better and better and better. We always say to the farmer, leave your land better next year than it was last year. And what does that mean to you? How are you going to do that? And I think we got tillage figured out better now. I say we've got the bases figured out. We understand the minerals. We understand sources. We understand ratios. We understand the physical. And I'm a real believer in a certain tillage system that we got to control air and water. We got to deal with this big heavy equipment runs out there. And we understand what biology needs. It needs a diversity of food. It needs a comfortable place to live. And it needs to be fed.
My name's Kyle Long. I'm a soil fertility specialist at Kinsey Ag Services. That was created by my grandfather, Neil Kinsey. I do work with crops from all around the world. We all do. I'm one of the guys that does the soil recommendations. I'll go out, help teach consultants and growers about our program and what we do and why it's important, and just kind of do a little bit of everything. Really, it's just education mostly. I think that the best thing that we can give to people is education and teach them how to be a better, more profitable and prosperous grower or farmer or operation. I look to try, and I think that the more that we can teach people, the better off that we're going to be in helping the land. And that's my real main concern is, we are the caretakers of this land, and the better that we are able to understand what is happening beneath our feet and, how to grow properly, that's more benefit for us with health and soil health, and it helps the environment, helps us. Most growers or academics even were taught traditional farming methods, and so whenever somebody like me comes along and says something about soil fertility and different practices, and you hear this word over and over again, it's called balance. That's something that my grandfather taught and continues to teach everyone, and they're like, what does that mean? And so what we're doing is actually creating the proper environment through fertilization for microbiology, plants, plant roots. Basically, we're creating the proper home or the optimum house for the plants and the microbiology to thrive. And if we get our soils in balance, we actually improve not only our soil health, but we also improve the air and water, the porosity of the soil. And that's what we're looking to do is, by managing that porosity in the soil, we're actually creating a better environment for the life in the soil. It takes life to give life, and so what we're actually trying to do is create the better environment. With cultivation, sometimes they go hand in hand. I think that it just comes down to what's happening on your farm, the management style that you have and what you're actually working with. If you're starting out on like a program like soil fertilization and balance, then you have a high magnesium content. You get these big chunks out there. You have to cultivate it and till it to actually get it smooth so that you can hip up correctly. You can't just throw big old chunks of soil on a germinating seed. You got way too much air, not enough coverage. So there's something, it all comes down to what you have out there in your soil, whether or not what your cultivation practices are. But I think that they go hand in hand. But in an ideal situation, I would prefer to steer more towards fertilization than cultivation, because with cultivation, you're putting all this fertilizer on to actually balance out and create that proper environment. But as we're turning that soil, all that organic matter and things that we're building up and all that fertilization that we've put on, we're putting it down farther and we're mixing it up. We're not, putting those layers in as they need to be. So in a perfect environment, we shouldn't have to cultivate as much, but it just all depends on what you got out there, what you have in your soil, whether or not, your cultivation practices, you might need stronger cultivation practices until, you get the proper balance of, soil. With our soil balancing, what we're doing is, I'll give 2 examples. That might be too much, but we'll see. But let me back up. I'll do a basic form first. So what we're doing whenever we're balancing out the soil is, as I said, we're creating that proper environment. So what's happening is, if you have a really tight soil, then all of your fertilization and your nutrition, even your water, is going to run off. You're not going to get the benefit or any efficiency out of your fertilizer that way. And that's usually on a heavier soil. And if you have a sandy soil, then we have too much air, and then all of our nutrients are going down faster than what that plant can actually pick up, or that microbiology can actually take in and convert, because it's the microbiology that converts the nutrients or the fertilizers that we're putting on into plant usable nutrients. So basically, by bringing together that balance, we're actually creating if the soil is too tight, then by proper balance or by putting on the proper amendments, we're actually going to open that up and allow some of those nutrients. We're going to allow infiltration of water and nutrients for that plant to be able to pick up, when previously, so we're increasing the efficiency of fertilization right there. And say in a sandy soil where it's already too open, we're actually putting on, in this case it would be magnesium, to tighten that soil back up to allow slower infiltration for the plant roots and microbiology to be able to pick up. So that's why balance is key, because we're actually creating the correct pore space for that soil type to be able to maximize the efficiency and the uptake of our nutrition that we actually put on. It's a very easy concept, but there's so many things that go into it, though. You know, because you can talk about, okay, at its core, it's balance, balance, balance. You know, I say it over and over and over again. That's not because that's the only thing I know, but it's the only thing that is important. It's the first key. It's the first step to you know, maximizing your effectiveness and your potential as a grower. So, but after you unlock that, you know, that kind of mindset of, okay, I understand what balance can do for me. How do I achieve that? Then you have to start thinking about, okay, what kind of fertilization sources am I going to use? You have to become well equipped and knowledgeable about the different types of fertilization that you are going to utilize. And then it can spawn into, okay, what are the nutrient interactions? What is out there? I need to take a soil analysis and I need to understand, okay, this is what I'm looking at in my soil. This is my soil. So why is that producing or not producing? You know, how can I make it better? And that all comes from testing, you know, and making sure and seeing what is actually out there. So if we can accurately measure and test what is out there, we can actually make a good value judgment and start putting a plan together. Okay, this is how I achieve better results. So the first step is always that calcium magnesium, getting that balance in. But after that, it's not calcium magnesium what grows the plant. It's you know, it's all the other nutrients and micronutrients there too. So we need to start, or that's whenever you start thinking about, okay, so it's kind of concurrent. You have to think about all these things at the same time, and it's like a puzzle. I like thinking about it like a puzzle. Every soil is different. There's so many variations out there, and you know, until you know what's out there, we can't do much with it until, and you know, so it all comes down to first understanding the foundational concepts and then building off of that and understanding how to be an effective grower or a well-rounded grower after.
I'm a pensioner, so I'm retired, but I still do quite a few things. I was one of the founders of Spearhead International, right? So I've been in Poland since 1995, and in fact I met Tomasz Sapkowski in 1990, so that's quite a long time ago now. I farmed in Norfolk on the east coast of England, where we also started the original business. And so I'm a little bit involved in Spearhead now, and I'm also the chairman of a charity called Nothing International. Well, I've always been very interested in the regenerative journey and biological farming, and I visited Gary Zimmer, what I think is probably now 8 years ago for the first time, and since then we took more and more interest in that, and we've started doing some things in the UK on those lines, and indeed that's also what I'm involved in with Spearhead today. The first thing I would perhaps say is that agriculture is quite a complex business, because there's some business strategy, there's some accounting necessary, there's some knowledge about soil, there is of course marketing as well, and the production. There's the human side of it with labor and so on, and of course mechanical with machinery. So it's actually a very multifaceted occupation, if you like, which not everybody realizes. And a lot of people think farming is just you leave school and start start farming. Certainly not in what we do. And as compared to the big industries, whether it's banking or motor cars or whatever, the leadership development in agriculture is really underdeveloped. So yes, it is very important that we actually do more on that front, and management training is very important, and continuous management training. So we're up with the latest information and actually can put them into practice. So yeah, and this is what Spirit, of course, does, because it's got its own programs for training managers and so on. Well, I can give you an example from the UK. There was a survey done by the Agriculture and Horticulture Development Board, which is a sort of a semi-government institution, which has carried out a professional survey of British agriculture, and they found that only 0.2% of farming businesses were looking at leadership training, which is appalling. No other industry would be like that. They would have a much higher percentage of training people for leadership. If you go back in history, of course, everybody has somebody in its history who was in agriculture, because that was all there was. And then in the industrial age, people left the land and moved to the city, because the work was not necessarily easier to start with, but the income was there was more cash, and that sort of given the impression that sort of the not so clever ones left behind and were basically mucking out the stables and carrying on with their little small farm, etc., etc. So the image is sort of, I think, has stuck with still, even to some extent today, that it's demeaning work in agriculture, low paid, demeaning many hours, or weekends, etc., etc. In a modern society, people look for a lot of spare time, 40-hour week at most, and a much easier life. Don't get your hands dirty. Well, farming's changed a lot too. You don't have to get your hands very dirty these days. There's a lot of ways of doing it better. So hopefully it's becoming more attractive, and it's a lot more skilled than it used to be. So in the UK, for example, there's really only about 1% left of the population left working in agriculture. And so what opportunity has 1% got to convince 90% or more of the rest of the population that they are the industry to work for, or that actually farming is as rewarding as a job in the bank or in the motor industry, or in some other trade. So it's very, very difficult, and it's not being helped by food being perceived to be necessary, but it's got to be cheap.
dzieci, oprócz troski i miłości, potrzebują odpowiedniego żywienia. Wiemy, że dobre składniki wymagają dobrej gleby, dlatego Gerber wspiera rolnictwo, które przywraca naturalną równowagę ziemi. Pomagamy lokalnym rolnikom dbać o pola, na których rosną ich uprawy, a my w Gerber dodajemy je do posiłków dla maluszków. W naszych słoiczkach i tubkach zamykamy to, co oddała nam ziemia. Gerber. Żywienie z troską o klimat dla maluszków.
Pionierzy rolnictwa regeneratywnego już kilkanaście lat temu zakopywali bawełnianą odzież na swoich polach, by na podstawie tego określić i ocenić, jak funkcjonuje ich gleba oraz jak wygląda życie biologiczne. Trzy miesiące temu zakopaliśmy bawełniane koszulki w 5 różnych lokalizacjach w Polsce, by następnie porównać wpływ warunków klimatycznych oraz wpływ warunków agrotechnicznych na stopień ich rozkładu. W jednej z tych lokalizacji zakopaliśmy po 3 koszulki na 2 polach, by w odstępach miesięcznych na bieżąco porównywać stopień ich rozkładu. W momencie odkopywania każdej koszulki pobieraliśmy próby glebowe, by przebadać parametry fizykochemiczne oraz parametry aktywności mikrobiologicznej. moich rękach trzymam koszulkę z pola uprawianego regeneratywnie, a po mojej prawej koszulka odkopana z pola uprawianego konwencjonalnie. Pomimo niskich temperatur w ostatnich dniach oraz niekorzystnych warunków atmosferycznych, widzimy, że aktywność mikroorganizmów na polach regeneratywnych jest znacznie wyższa niż na koszulce z pola konwencjonalnego. Kolejny witam Was na polach w Wielkopolsce, na których realizujemy doświadczenie pod Forum Rolnictwa Regeneratywnego BioReaction. Miesiąc temu odkopaliśmy nasze pierwsze koszulki, widzieliśmy jaka była aktywność mikroorganizmów, a dzisiaj odkopiemy kolejną parę i sprawdzimy jaki jest efekt. Przed chwilą odkopaliśmy koszulkę z pola uprawianego konwencjonalnie i zaraz przekonamy się, jak bardzo różni się stopień rozkładu tej koszulki w porównaniu do miejsca, gdzie zakopana była koszulka na polu uprawianym regeneratywnie. Przed chwilą odkopaliśmy koszulkę z pola uprawianego konwencjonalnie i widzimy jaki jest efekt, a obecnie znajdujemy się na polu uprawianym regeneratywnie i naszej koszulki dzisiaj w całości nie wykopiemy, ponieważ zostały tylko takie resztki. Widzimy, że aktywność mikroorganizmów jest bardzo duża na polach uprawianych regeneratywnie, więc porównanie tutaj jest bardzo duże. Uważam, że to doświadczenie bardzo dobrze obrazuje, jak praktyki rolnictwa regeneratywnego wpływają na aktywność mikroorganizmów. Jeżeli zestawimy ze sobą te materiały, które widzieliśmy przed chwilą i porównamy do badań fizykochemicznych oraz badań aktywności mikrobiologicznej, to myślę, że cyfry pokażą nam wszystko.
Szanowni Państwo, za 13 minut wracamy do naszego spotkania, do kolejnego wykładu.
Jako pierwsze widzimy koszulki, które były odkopane po pierwszym miesiącu. Koszulka z pola pierwszego ma widocznych bardzo dużo przebarwień w odcieniach koloru żółtego, natomiast stopień ich rozkładu nie różni się zbytnio od siebie. Parametry fizykochemiczne w momencie zakopywania koszulek wynosiły następująco pH na poziomie 6,6 na polu pierwszym oraz próchnicy 2,2 oraz na polu drugim pH wynosiło 6,1, natomiast próchnica była na poziomie 2,1%. Wyniki badań aktywności mikrobiologicznej na polu pierwszym wynosiły 1 094 000 w skali Biotrex, natomiast na polu drugim 1 070 000 w skali Biotrex. Następne koszulki to te wykopane po 2 miesiącach. Tutaj widzimy bardzo dużą różnicę między koszulkami odkopanymi po pierwszym miesiącu, a tymi odkopanymi po 2 miesiącach. Koszulka z pola pierwszego jest rozłożona w około 80%, natomiast koszulka z pola drugiego rozłożona jest w około 20%. Parametry fizykochemiczne podczas odkopywania drugiej pary koszulek wynosiły następująco dla pola pierwszego pH na poziomie 6,2 oraz z próchnicy 2,2%, natomiast na polu drugim pH wynosiło 4,9, a próchnica była na poziomie 2,1%. Jeżeli chodzi o wyniki badań aktywności mikrobiologicznej, to na polu pierwszym aktywność mikroorganizmów była na poziomie 928 000 w skali Biotrex, a na polu drugim na poziomie 638 000 w skali Biotrex. Następna para koszulek to te odkopane po 3 miesiącach. Tutaj widzimy bardzo dużą różnicę w porównaniu do koszulek odkopanych w poprzednich miesiącach. Koszulka z pierwszego pola rozłożona jest niemal w 100%, natomiast koszulka z pola drugiego w około 30%. Parametry fizykochemiczne w momencie odkopania ostatnich koszulek wynosiły następująco dla pola pierwszego pH na poziomie 6,2 i próchnicy na poziomie 2,1%, natomiast na polu drugim pH wynosiło 5,6, a próchnica była na poziomie 2,1%. Jeżeli chodzi o wyniki badań aktywności mikrobiologicznej, to na polu pierwszym w momencie odkopania trzecich koszulek wynosiła ona 906 tysięcy w skali Biotrex oraz na polu drugim 755 tysięcy w skali Biotrex. W pozostałych lokalizacjach, gdzie przeprowadzone było doświadczenie, po 3 miesiącach uzyskaliśmy efekt bardzo zbliżony do tego, które widzimy teraz prezentując koszulki z pola pierwszego. Podsumowując to doświadczenie, możemy zaobserwować, jak duży wpływ mają warunki klimatyczne oraz systemy agrotechniczne na aktywność mikroorganizmów w glebie. Wiemy, że na polach, gdzie uzyskaliśmy efekt zbliżony do efektu z pola pierwszego, stosowane były praktyki zwane regeneratywnymi. Oznacza to, że na tych polach stosowane były nawozy naturalne, ograniczone nawozy mineralne, ograniczone środki ochrony roślin, stosowane międzyplony oraz stosowane systemy uproszczone uprawy. Widzimy, że praktyki regeneratywne znacząco przekładają się na aktywność mikroorganizmów w glebie. Oznacza to, że na polach regeneratywnych życie biologiczne jest wyższe, co przekłada się na żyzność gleby, w finale dając nam duże, zdrowe plony.
Szanowni Państwo, zakładamy dzisiaj doświadczenia polegające na siewie kukurydzy w różnych technologiach. Na wcześniej przygotowanym przez nas polu, czyli po skoszonej pszenicy, wykonamy następujące czynności. Orkę i siew siewnikiem konwencjonalnym, uprawę głęboką i na tej uprawie siew siewnikiem konwencjonalnym, uprawę pasową strip-till i uprawę technologii no-till. Celem naszego doświadczenia jest pokazanie różnic we wschodach kukurydzy, a także porównanie ich wzrostu oraz docelowo porównanie również systemu korzeniowego tej rośliny. Doświadczenie drugie, uprawa głęboka na 25 cm i za chwilę wjeżdżamy siewnikiem do kukurydzy. W naszym doświadczeniu pole po orce i pole po uprawie głębokiej zasiejemy 8-rzędowym siewnikiem do kukurydzy. Pole numer 3 w naszym doświadczeniu, uprawa i siew technologii strip-till. Jesteśmy przy ostatnim polu w naszym doświadczeniu, gdzie wsiewamy kukurydzę w technologii no-till czyli wcinamy się talerzem w gołe ściernisko i wsiewamy w to kukurydzę. Szanowni Państwo, znajdujemy się za podwórzem w Pierzchnie w spółce Jagrol, gdzie założyliśmy nasze doświadczenia. Doświadczenia polegało na sprawdzeniu wpływu uprawy na wzrost roślin kukurydzy. Chronologicznie zaczęliśmy 9 maja od ścięcia pszenicy, następnie 12 maja dokonaliśmy uprawy wraz z siewem. Pierwsze wschody odnotowaliśmy po 9 dniach 21 maja i badaliśmy je za pomocą testu flagi, a na czym to polega, to zaraz Wam wytłumaczę. Test flagi to są takie malutkie chorągiewki udostępnione nam przez firmę APH w różnych kolorach, które mają za zadanie określić nam dzień wschodu. Czyli tak jak Państwo widzą, zielony jest odpowiedzialny za pierwszy dzień wschodu, niebieski za drugi oraz w kolejnych dniach mamy żółty i czerwony. W naszym doświadczeniu wschody były bardzo zrównoważone poza doświadczeniem siewów technologii no-till. Obsada na naszym doświadczeniu wynosiła 82 tysiące nasion na hektar, a wschody były w granicach 80-79 tysięcy. 22 maja zostały zamontowane sondy mierzące temperaturę oraz wilgotność gleby w naszym doświadczeniu. Nasze analizy zostały przedstawione na powyższym wykresie i z moich obserwacji wynika, że na orce nastąpiło podsiąkanie, natomiast w przypadku pozostałych technologii tego podsiąkania nie było i rośliny zużywały wodę. Z analizy zawartości wody wynika, że na orce mamy przyrost, co moim zdaniem jest spowodowane podciąkaniem, ponieważ orka została zagęszczona wałem. Natomiast w przypadku uprawy głębokiej oraz uprawy pasowej ziemia nie została zagęszczona, dlatego mamy stały ubytek wody. Drugim parametrem badanym przez sondę to jest temperatura i we wszystkich przypadkach, we wszystkich uprawach temperatura nam wzrasta, co również przedstawia wykres. Dziś jesteśmy w 26 dniu, od kiedy zasialiśmy kukurydzę i dokonaliśmy w międzyczasie 3 pomiarów, czyli 24 maja, 31 maja oraz w dniu dzisiejszym 7 czerwca. Pomiary polegały na porównaniu wzrostu. To przedstawimy Państwu na grafice. W pierwszym pomiarze kukurydza była w wysokości około 10 cm z 2 liściami, następnie w drugim pomiarze kukurydza była w wysokości około 15 cm z 4 liściami, no i dzisiaj mamy kukurydzę wielkości około 25-26 cm z 6 liściami. Kolejnym parametrem, który został zbadany, to było określenie biomasy na metrze bieżącym w każdej uprawie. Pobrano 2 próbki z każdej technologii i to również przedstawiamy Państwu w tabeli. Podsumowując, największą biomasę stwierdzono na polu w uprawie głębokiej, gdzie też zaobserwowaliśmy duży spadek zawartości wody, co myślę rośliny pobrały tą wodę, dlatego jest tutaj największy ubytek. Z kolei najmniejszą biomasę uzyskaliśmy w technologii no-till. Było to spowodowane niską dynamiką wschodów oraz wzrostu roślin. Największą dynamiką wzrostu kukurydzy cechowała się kukurydza po orce. Było to spowodowane szybszym nagrzewaniem gleby w tym systemie uprawy.
Szanowni Państwo, przerwa dobiega końca. Zapraszamy Państwa bardzo serdecznie z powrotem na nasze spotkanie. Który przyjechał specjalnie bardzo serdecznie. Zaczynamy dosłownie za kilka minut.
Witam Was, jest 12 maja, jesteśmy na polach doświadczalnych, gdzie przygotowujemy doświadczenia dla rolnictwa regeneratywnego Bioreaction. Chcemy tutaj na tym doświadczeniu pokazać Wam, w jaki sposób można zagospodarować ściernisko pozbożowe. To znaczy zastosujemy tutaj różne metody uprawy, tak? Tutaj już po mojej lewej stronie znajduje się pole zaorane. To jeden ze sposobów, które chcemy Wam przedstawić. Innymi sposobami to będzie tutaj obok posiejemy poplon, jeszcze obok uprawimy płytko talerzówką oraz kawałek dalej zostawimy ściernisko bez ruszenia. Sprawdzimy tutaj, w jaki sposób będzie kształtowała się temperatura gleby, jej wilgotność. Spotykamy się ponownie gdzieś po miesiącu na naszych polach doświadczalnych, które przeprowadzamy dla forum Bioreaction, ale może zanim przejdę do wyników doświadczeń, które chciałem Wam przedstawić, powiem kilka słów o warunkach prowadzenia tego doświadczenia. Po pierwsze, zaczynając od gleby, to jest to piasek gliniasty na glinie lekkiej. Tutaj będziecie mogli zobaczyć analizę chemiczną gleby, którą przeprowadziliśmy. W kontekście warunków pogodowych, które panowały tutaj na tym doświadczeniu, gdzie mamy założone to doświadczenie dla forum Bioreaction, należałoby się cofnąć do sierpnia 2022 roku i wtedy właśnie tutaj zaczynaliśmy jakąś uprawę pod pszenicę, bo należy pamiętać, że ta pszenica tutaj rosła przed tymi doświadczeniami. I generalnie podsumowując ten okres, powiedzmy od sierpnia do grudnia, można powiedzieć, że mieliśmy do czynienia z dużym deficytem opadów atmosferycznych względem średniej temperatury w danym miesiącu. Sierpień plasował się gdzieś tam w granicach 20 stopni Celsjusza i ta temperatura systematycznie spadała, osiągając w grudniu swoje minimalne zakresy, czyli średnia temperatura grudnia wynosiła gdzieś tam 1,3 stopnia Celsjusza. Jeśli chodzi o wiosnę, czyli powiedzmy od stycznia, sytuacja nieco się zmieniła. Styczeń, luty i marzec były to dosyć zimne miesiące, temperatura oscylowała w granicach 3 stopni Celsjusza, następnie ta temperatura cały czas rosła, osiągając maksimum średniej temperatury miesięcznej w maju około 13 stopni Celsjusza. I co ważne, od stycznia do maja mieliśmy do czynienia z nadwyżką opadów w stosunku do tej temperatury. Generalnie podsumowując warunki klimatyczne czy warunki pogodowe panujące tutaj na tym doświadczeniu, można powiedzieć, że wiosna była dość trudna, dlatego że były bardzo niskie temperatury w porównaniu do wielolecia oraz dość dużo opadów, co utrudniało znacząco wzrost roślin oraz wykonywanie jakichkolwiek upraw. Aktualnie znajdujemy się na części doświadczalnej z różnymi metodami uprawy gleby sprawdzamy w tym doświadczeniu, jak te różne metody wpływają na właściwości fizyczne, niektóre konkretnie wilgotność i temperatura oraz właściwości biologiczne. Przypominając, zastosowaliśmy 4 metody uprawy. Pierwsza to jest, jak widać pewnie, to jest orka. Druga metoda uprawy to jest siew poplonów i uprawa średnia oraz kolejne poletko to uprawa płytka około 5 cm, czyli taka klasyczna talerzówka, oraz kolejne poletko to pozostawione ściernisko samo bez jakiejkolwiek uprawy. Jeśli chodzi o parametr temperatury, który tutaj mierzyliśmy tymi sondami, to wyniki z tych pomiarów zostały przeliczone na sumę temperatur efektywnych i generalnie można powiedzieć, że nie wykazano tutaj znaczących różnic pomiędzy poszczególnymi metodami uprawy. To znaczy tutaj na orce generalnie ta suma temperatur efektywnych wynosiła 213 stopni sum temperatur efektywnych. W kolejnych metodach oscylowała gdzieś w granicach 220 mniej więcej, ale nie wykazano tutaj różnic. Jeśli chodzi o różnice w zawartości wody w poszczególnych metodach uprawy, które wykazaliśmy podczas trwania tego doświadczenia, mnie trochę zaskoczyły, ponieważ myślałem, że na orce będzie ta woda, ten ubytek wody będzie największy, natomiast okazało się, że największy ubytek jest na tej części doświadczenia, gdzie zastosowaliśmy, czy w zasadzie nic nie zastosowaliśmy, zostawiliśmy gołą glebę bez uprawy. Tam jest największy ubytek, który generalnie oscyluje w granicach tam 30% ubytku wody w stosunku do trwania początku obserwacji. Natomiast następny ubytek, taki największy, czy drugi co do wielkości, to jest w uprawie płytkiej. Tam jest około 6% ubytku w stosunku do początku obserwacji, które zaczynaliśmy. Na orce jest około 5% ubytku wody, natomiast na poplonach wykazaliśmy wzrost tej wody. Czym to może być spowodowane? Myślę, że jest to spowodowane tym, że w momencie siewu poplonów czy zastosowania tego...
Szanowni Państwo, właśnie w tym momencie rozpoczynamy kolejną część naszego spotkania. Zapraszamy Państwa do naszej hali spotkań jak najszybciej, tak by mogli Państwo wysłuchać naszego kolejnego gościa. Będzie nim Christopher Graf Groth, prezes Notified International Farming Scholars. Jego wykład dosłownie za kilka chwil. Po tym wykładzie zaprosimy Państwa do debaty rolnictwo regeneratywne drogą do żywności, choć tytuł jest przywrotny, bo jednocześnie mówimy też o zyskowności i o zaufaniu konsumenta. Będziemy rozmawiali nie tylko o glebie, nie tylko o tym, jakie produkty gleba ta daje, ale będziemy rozmawiali także o pieniądzach, a także o tym, co na co dzień Państwo widzą na swoich stołach, a także na stołach, z których jedzą Państwa dzieci czy wnuki. Zapraszamy Państwa bardzo serdecznie, dosłownie w ciągu minuty, 2 rozpoczynamy, to jest ten czas, aby do nas dołączyć. Przypominam, że Panie wolontariuszki mają dla Państwa zestawy słuchawkowe. One będą przydatne w czasie najbliższego wykładu naszego zagranicznego gościa. Zapraszamy Państwa w tym momencie na ciąg dalszy. Szanowni Państwo, witamy Państwa bardzo serdecznie po przerwie. Mamy nadzieję, że przy okazji tej dyskusji na temat rolnictwa regeneratywnego są Państwo zregenerowani po przerwie lunchowej. Po Państwa uśmiechach widzę, że tak. I mam nadzieję, że wciąż mają Państwo apetyt i że wciąż mają Państwo sporo głodu wiedzy, jeszcze więcej wiedzy i to teraz będziemy Państwu serwować na deser właśnie. Zapraszamy jednego z naszych głównych zagranicznych gości już za kilka chwil na tej scenie. Christoph Graf Groth, prezes Notified International Farming Scholars. Powitajmy go serdecznymi brawami. Hello, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Can we have the video?
My name is Jill Hutchinson Smith, and in 1952 I was lucky enough to obtain a Nuffield Scholarship. It was a huge privilege because I've made friends worldwide. It enlarged my horizons more probably than any other organisation to which I could have belonged, because I met people from Australia, New Zealand and all over the United Kingdom, all of whom had a common purpose, and that was to farm well, look after the land and share their enthusiasm and knowledge with each other.
I realised how well the poultry farming was doing and applied and was successful in securing a Nuffield Farming Scholarship to study egg marketing in Europe and the UK. Quite the best experience I ever had in my life, and Nuffield has been the cornerstone of the success of our company. Funny enough, you find Nuffield scholars leading the industry in many different fields. The contribution that Nuffield has given to British agriculture is away and above, beyond the call of duty.
You come across Nuffield scholars all over the industry, from award-winning farmers to sat in policy meetings in London. It's a fantastic organisation, really promoting leadership, really getting people up to that next level. I travelled to China first and then on to India, then did New Zealand, Chile, Brazil and Peru in South America, and then I finished off with a couple of weeks in the Central Valley in California. Just that ability to get out there, to clear your mind from the day-to-day farming stuff, and that really makes you think quite differently, both about your own business but also about your topic. So I think that had an immense effect on me. The very fact that I managed to extract myself from the business and then look back at the business in quite a different way enabled me then away from the coalface to make really clear decisions over the last decade or so. Completing a Nuffield Farming Scholarship brings a number of really valuable things to Nuffield scholars' lives. Every industry needs to move on and develop and move with the times. Nuffield Farming Trust gives their scholars an amazing opportunity to see what is happening in other businesses in the UK but also around the rest of the world, and to spot trends, developments, innovation early and be able to implement it in your farming business is an essential part of remaining competitive and a strong business. And as a fourth generation cider maker, I know exactly why it is important to train up, develop and educate the next generation. And that is something that the Nuffield Farming Scholarship does really well.
While I was actually in the middle of my travel with Nuffield, I took over as General Manager of the National Pig Association, and I think it gave me the confidence to push ahead. So in 2014 I became the Chief Exec, and I think had I not completed my Nuffield, I don't think I would have been so hungry to have taken that position and taken the association forward like I have. And it's certainly improved a lot of the British pig producer because we have transformed the National Pig Association. You undertake a scholarship in the understanding that you're becoming part of a very respected organisation. So you have a responsibility to make sure that that gift that's given to you, that opportunity that's provided for you, is utilised to the best of your ability. And I think every scholar should be looking forward to see what they can do in agriculture to make things better, to encourage the next generation and to improve the lot of all the farmers in the UK.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And I hope the lunch wasn't too big for you to all fall asleep over the next few minutes. You have just seen the celebration video of Nuffield Farming's 1000 Scholar in the UK. I'm an 1989 scholar, and without my scholarships travels to Poland in June 1990, I don't think any of us would be sitting here. It was on my first day in Poland that I met Tomasz Rzepkowski by chance. And the rest is, as they say, history. Nuffield scholarships grow the world's most critical resource, human capacity. It has become the most unique global network of some 1,700 scholars all over the world, now including Poland. The scholarships build personal capacity, breed excellence in agriculture, food and allied production, distribution and management, and build local, national and global thought leadership. It all started, as you have just gathered, with a man called William Morris, later known as Lord Nuffield, who developed the UK motor car industry in the early 20th century. He traveled to the US to find out how Henry Ford was building motor cars. On returning to the UK, he built the first motor and car assembly line in Europe and ended up becoming very rich. He also became the world's leading philanthropist at this time, as he had no children and very little family. Prompted by a friend and neighbouring farmer in 1947, he funded the first Nuffield farming scholars to travel the world to bring back new ideas to UK's post-war agriculture like he had once done. Nuffield International today heads up 14 countries, and scholars travel to anywhere in the world to further their chosen subject. You will not be surprised that current scholarships are deeply involved in regenerative agriculture, carbon capture, breeding and genetics, cutting-edge technologies, as well as building human resources. It is a life-changing experience. There are three components to the scholarship. Firstly, the Contemporary Scholars Conference is a week-long conference organized by one of the member countries every March, when all of the approximate 70 worldwide scholars of that year get together at the beginning of their travels to meet, exchange knowledge, learn from many speakers, take part in business exercises, and visit outstanding businesses. Last year, the CSC took place in the UK. This year it was in Canada. Next year it will be in Brazil. The second component of the scholarship is the Global Focus program. This is a 4-week travel program. Around 10 scholars from a mix of countries embark on a Nuffield Australia organized networking program through several countries together. Governments, universities, interested businesses and individuals host them. A tour example this year involved Indonesia, Singapore, Japan and Australia. Another, the US, Brazil, UK, Germany, France and Poland. The third scholarship component is the independent study project. The scholar has the opportunity to travel on his chosen subject for 8 weeks around the world. I, for example, went to East Germany, Poland, and then the Soviet Union to start whether there was development potential for UK agri-tech know-how. Well, there was. And amongst other things, it laid the foundations to what the Top Farms Group is today. Marcin Markowicz, the first Polish Nuffield scholar and sponsored by Top Farms, is currently studying regenerative farming practices and their impact on soil health, and has already been to Indonesia, Japan, Australia, Canada and New Zealand. As chairman of Nuffield International, I was privileged to take part in some of the travel, and I can tell you now, Marcin will have some amazing findings to report and a great story to tell when he's completed his program. After the individual study, the scholar writes a report about his findings, which is being edited and published on the Nuffield website. The scholar is also obliged to be available to speak at conferences and seminars about his study. Over time, Nuffield countries develop their own alumni with interest groups, for example in the UK, dairy, pigs, regenerative farming, that's the latest one, and regional groups, for example, Central England, Wales or Scotland, as well as an annual conference where scholars report on their findings to the alumni. In the UK, this will now have an annual attendance of between 300 and 400. The scholarship is a life-changing experience. I call it the mid-career sabbatical, professional sabbatical. Time for out-of-the-box thinking, new experiences and new learnings. The benefits are huge for the scholar, but also for the sponsor and employer. A recent study in New Zealand, commissioned by the Mackenzie Trust and completed this March by the University of Otago, found that an average New Zealand Nuffield scholar, and there are approximately 160, set up 2.6 businesses, created 46 new jobs, served in 14 senior leadership roles, of which 2.5 were on corporate boards, 1.5 on international boards like Fonterra, and 5.5 on social community and environmental boards and trusts. Individuals, as well as groups of sponsors from participating countries of residents, fund the scholarships. For example, the UK and Australia fund some 20 scholars each year, but they have been at it for 76 years. Holland has 5 scholars this year, Germany and Poland 1 directly through Nuffield International. The benefits to the sponsors are manifold. 1, by sponsoring, they're being seen to generally help develop future leaders for the industry as a whole. 2, they have the opportunity to promote their own business to those who really matter in their country's agriculture and allied industries. 3, they are the first to benefit from the latest knowledge brought back by the scholars, not just from their own country, but also from all international scholars. 4, they participate in the scholarship through their direct relationship with their scholar. And 5, and perhaps most of all, a Nuffield scholarship is the best career training available for staff developing into senior management and director roles. Nuffield scholarship is for life, and the worldwide network developed from the scholarships by scholars is unique and priceless. Agriculture in every country needs to get better at developing leaders. I hope you found this of some interest, and that Poland will soon be strong enough and able to join as a full Nuffield country the Nuffield family with its own organization. Poland has some amazing young talent in agriculture, worthy of developing and taking its place amongst the leaders on the world stage. Thank you very much for listening, and we now have one more little video.
I'm Isaac van Heerden, a farmer's son from rural South Africa, but have been in the UK for 20 years now in various farming roles, from milking cows to sorting potatoes, now leading the AgriLeader program at AHDB. We all know the difference a good boss can make on morale and productivity, and that those skills can be learned. Yet in agriculture, less than 0.5% of farming businesses spend any time on developing their own or their people's leadership and management skills. I want to use my scholarship to change that. I'm planning on going to Canada, Europe and South America to visit people both inside and outside of agriculture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy za podzielenie się wiedzą i doświadczeniem. A Państwa zapraszamy teraz bardzo serdecznie do kolejnej debaty. Rolnictwo regeneratywne drogą do żyzności łamane przez żywności, zyskowności i zaufania konsumenta. Już za chwilę tutaj na scenie kolejni eksperci, kolejne ekspertki. Zapraszam bardzo serdecznie.
Good afternoon.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Państwa gośćmi są teraz...
Good afternoon, everybody. Our guests are Dr. Anna Rosa from the Polish Academy of Sciences, the Institute of Agricultural Development. We have Marzena Styczyńska from Wrocław University. Jarosław Wańkowicz, Director of the Supply Chain at Farm Frites.
Doktor inżynier Mateusz Łucze, wiceprezes zarządu Good
Mateusz Łucze, VP of...
I Tomasz Zdziebkowski, prezes grupy Top
And Tomasz Zdziebkowski, the president of Top Farms.
Dzień dobry raz jeszcze.
So welcome again.
Ta lista gości nie jest jeszcze
This list is not full because online we'll also meet Victoria Fuller, the director from Bureau Veritas for Agriculture and Development. Can you hear us?
Mam nadzieję, że będziemy mogli się...
I can. Thank you.
Hi, it's nice to hear you. Mamy także przedstawicieli firmy Nestle.
We also have representatives of Nestle, Dr. Emma Keller, Director for Sustainable Development for UK and Ireland.
Yes, we can see you. I jest z nami także dr Jeren Diekman, dyrektor...
And we also have Dr. Jeren Diekman, also from Nestle Research.
Także się słyszymy. Bardzo się cieszę. Lista gości jest bardzo długa, ale
So we have a quite long list of guests, but paradoxically the question is to you. Who has children? Hand up.
Tak wysoko, żebyśmy zobaczyli także z tyłu.
So that we can see everybody.
Kto z Państwa ma wnuki?
Who has grandchildren? Hand up.
Gratulacje.
Congratulations.
Kto z Państwa ma siostrzeńców?
Who has nieces, nephews, children we like and love?
Kto z Państwa sprawdza
And who
produktów, które tym
checks
dzieciom kupuje do jedzenia?
products that they buy for these children to eat?
Całkiem sporo. Z badań
Quite a few, actually. Research shows that you are an exceptional group because research shows that Poles
nie mają takiej tendencji, tak jak Państwo.
do not have the dementia that you have, that is looking from every single point of view for different markings. So the first question to Dr. Marzena Styczyńska, maybe our meeting is redundant because it actually doesn't apply to us. Ladies and gentlemen, we need this meeting because we've been discussing agriculture, the well-being of soil, of plants, of animals that use the soil, but at the end of the chain are us. You, me, myself, our children, our parents, our friends. And the well-being of these people, the health of these people, I don't like the word well-being. In Polish, it doesn't resonate. Depends, is determined by what ends up in their stomachs. You are what you eat. It all has an impact on our physical condition, mental condition, on our health. That's why we need conscious choices, food choices. We need to have high-quality food, but also properly marked food, and we can look at the science. That's why the question, do you read the labels? What's on the label? On the condition that the label is on the product. But actually, what ends up in our bodies? I heard about plastic in the human body, which is the result of eating apples, eating fish. Research shows that physically plastic gets into our bodies. It is very disturbing. The development of the whole economy, the development of the industry, apart from the good things it delivers, also passes on contaminants, also food contaminants, which through the food chain gets into our bodies. And plastic contamination is a big challenge for our society. What we will talk today, what we're talking today, to run crops that are pure biologically, environmentally, while observing biodiversity, will lead to the elimination of this kind of contamination from our diet. And what you're saying is true. This could be plastic, this could be traces elements, toxic elements, pesticides, which we have in large quantities. And when we go over a specific level, that can end up in our organism and physical, chemical contamination. We started by an expert assessment. Ultimately, what's ended up in our bodies and the bodies of our children. What is the perspective of big players? Because we have big players among us. So is that a source of reflection, an element of social and corporate responsibility, or is it an obligation? Because there is a European directive that says that you need to source products in such and such way. So perhaps Jarosław Wańkowicz. It all depends on people at the end of the day. No directives, no regulations will change. Well, they will change, but not in practice. Our company is very serious about this. We're very serious about any changes. We try to be the leader, the pioneer in many changes, and we are looking for new solutions. We try to change. That's why we're here, to talk about it. We take part in different associations and we try to share knowledge that we have. And we try to promote a healthy business approach so that you can run business in a normal way and change the world to the better. How does it look like in practice, Mr. President? Because, I mean, it sounds great, but the care, how does it look like? Because, I mean, you convinced me that this comes from the heart, regardless of the EU directive. Well, in practice, whatever we do is very transparent and open. Last week, for example, we went to a conference in Gdańsk. We had guests visiting our farm because we actually run production. And sometimes when someone said, "Why do you share with all this with competition?" And we say, we have nothing to hide. We are transparent, open. That's what we show. We show what works, what doesn't work. We believe this is the only way to change the world, to change everybody around. We ourselves are unable to change agriculture in Poland. We need to lead by example. That's why we try to find partners in other organizations to speak the same language. And we will benefit from that as well. It's a win-win. If everybody cultivates potatoes, say, in the way that we do, we'll buy potatoes from them. Mateusz, when you hear regenerative farming, I mean, is it a pain in the neck, proverbial, or is it part of your DNA? It's a privilege, I would say. It's not a pain. It's a privilege to take part in a project like that. Within this group, it's the second time we're meeting, because we met last year, and Good Mills is one of the ambassadors, active promoters of regen farming. We take part in the Terra Nostra Foundation activities and in other activities to commercialize the outcomes. Because we can talk about the idea, about the benefits, about the values, but at the end of the day you need to promote this project for everyday sales. And we can say there is an EU obligation, which can be resolved in a different number of ways. Not necessarily the best way, but from our point of view, regen farming, that's why we're so much involved, is a way to get a positive economic outcome, positive social outcome, and we can win over the ultimate end consumer consuming food that is good and affordable. That's why we're very active. We've had first commercial successes in terms of regen farming, and as the largest mill in Europe and in we believe it's a place for us. We are the leaders, and we need to take the step to promote, to implement, and to promote this project. So, question to another large player, because I have details from the beginning of the debate that only 5% of farming land is covered by regen farming. So, do you have business partners? Question to Tomasz Zdziebkowski. It's a long process. It's not only entering regen farming to the full extent of the word, because it's a way of thinking at operational level. We need to think. It takes 2 to 3 years, and we have the privilege, and we're proud to be certified. Actually, 100% of our lands, of our farms in Poland has the Terra Nostra certificate, so we've been audited in detail. But the next step is, as the Good Mills president said, to have a good relationship with the industry. A relationship that will build trust to the product by proving and presenting in a transparent way the proof, in an open way. As far as the production methodology, and ideally, this should be confirmed not by a story from a farmer, but actually based on science with scientific certificates. This is the language that can be used professionally in the industry, and the first step to develop the relation, to offer the product and to reach out with the product to the consumer, because ultimately that's the goal. Okay, we found the Polish perspective. McKellar, question to you. In the UK, when you're going to a shop and you're reaching out for a Nestle product, and do you have any signs that it's from region farming, or do you use any signage like this or not?
Thank you for the question. I think this is the question we're all trying to face, is how do we tell consumers that all of the work that we're doing through the value chain, and it's even hard to tell consumers that food comes from nature. A lot of consumers are so disconnected where their food comes from, let alone how it's produced. So as just was said by my fellow panelists, that this takes time. The regenerative agriculture journey isn't something you can do overnight. It takes many years. It takes a lot of lessons, a lot of learning. It sometimes takes failure before we can move forward. So something we are starting to do is try and bring that to life for our consumers. So a really good project we have in the UK is called the Milk Plan. It's something we've been working on with our milk farmers in the UK for about 10 years. We've been working with them on making sure the cows are healthier, on driving more regenerative practices. But it's only now we're starting to be able to understand the impact that that's delivering and communicate to that consumers. So you won't tomorrow come to the UK and see products that are saying made regeneratively or sourced regeneratively. We're on that journey, and we're hoping to communicate it more and more as the years go on.
Tą perspektywą może się z nami także podzielić dr Irene Dietmann.
Dr. Irene Dietmann, the head of Nestle Institute of Agricultural Science Researches. Doctor, could you tell us 2-3 points related to your work about how you work within this global Nestle organization?
Thank you for that question. So of course in Nestle we have a broad portfolio of products that we source. I think it's important to tell the audience that we're not producers. We source the vast majority of our products. And of course, as part of this regenerative agriculture, what we in the Nestle Institute of Agricultural Sciences are doing is to providing some of the evidence that is in many cases still lacking, that regenerative agriculture or practices that are indicated as regenerative agriculture really have the types of benefits that we are looking for. So in some of our main value chains, we have significant work going on in coffee and cocoa, where we're looking at the impact of different agricultural practices on issues like soil health, water cycles, carbon sequestration, and biodiversity. And we're also doing that in quite a number of annual crops. The other thing that is always being touted and for which there's very little evidence to date is that regenerative agriculture leads to better plant health or better crop health, better animal health, and to nutritional outcomes that are favorable, be it more nutrient density in crops. Now, And we actually look at what the current evidence is at the moment around that. Very little exists, so we have a number of programs in place which try and evaluate that to be able that we can actually link the impact of specific agronomic practices to those nutritional outcomes that we're looking for. What we're finding there, for example, just to give you a little bit of an insight, what we still expect in much of the regenerative agriculture transition is that we expect that crops that do very well under intensive agriculture, that they produce the same or even better under regenerative agriculture. Now, this is of course a bit of a fallacy, and where I think with what we're finding is that there are of course certain varieties that produce much better under certain types of agronomic practices, and that can lead then to nutritional outcomes that we're looking for. Other work that we're doing, the regenerative agriculture journey is also of course quite significantly related to reducing the impact and the use of agrochemicals, and then agrochemicals in the broadest sense, so from pesticides and herbicides to the use of synthetic fertilizers. And here we're having an increasing program where we're looking to replace certain types of agrochemicals with biological alternatives, to remove completely where it's possible through different agronomic practices. And again, this is all part of the journey that we're on, and how we're trying to support.
Doctor, you've made a great introduction to the journey, but the question where Nestle is, this is a doctor to Emma Keller, perhaps. What percentage, let's say, you offer in terms of products from regenerative product? What is your target for the next 5 years? Do you have figures like that? Do you have any program for that?
We do. We're absolutely committed to regenerative agriculture, and our target at the moment is to get 50% of our ingredients sourced regeneratively by 2030. And in the more interim, we're aiming for 20% by 2025. As of the end of last year, we reached 6.9% of our ingredients were sourced regeneratively, representing about 1 million tons of products that we buy annually. So we're making really good progress, but we've clearly got lots more to do. And as was pointed out, we source thousands of ingredients from millions of farmers all around the world. So a big part of this challenge, of course, is actually engaging with the farmers. And one thing we're really keen on in Nestlé is that this has to be farmer-centric. Farmers have to be at the center of the change. We need to work with them. We need to learn from them. We need to go on the journey and help them, because there's a huge amount of risk in changing the way we farm. So we're really excited about the journey. We've got lots to learn and clearly lots more progress. And so we're really open, as we've exploring today, to collaborate and partner where we can.
Doctor, thank you very much for the details, how it looks like right now. And a question to Anna Rosa, because I talked about global Nestle, but looking at the at Poland, what profits region farming can give to the farmer? Can you actually count that, calculate that? Because we have many farmers among us today, and you might think that, it sounds great, but if you look at the math, at the figures. Thanks a lot for the question. As an economist, I'm so happy to find place in this debate to talk about money, because money is extremely important. When we're talking about region farming, very often we're showing the benefits of region farming. But sometimes, very often actually, looking from the benefits on the environment, social domains, and the previous debates were about this, right? Because we had the whole long story about the soil, the approach to soil, how to change the thinking. That's very important. But from my point of view, a farmer will look at the financial driver, because that can make him change the approach and that can make him implement regen farming practices. Is it possible to calculate? Yes, it's possible. Absolutely. There is research, there are studies, and we are running a number of projects, and scientists together with practitioners are involved in the biologization of sustainable crops. We wondered, asked the questions, can you actually calculate what are the economic benefits from regen farming for the farmer? And we wanted to show the practices. It's not easy, it takes time, but there is a benefit. It's just a little time, or do you need a lot of money? It requires time, it requires money, but the implementation of practices in the beginning, yes, it requires outlays and cost. But all studies that are being held, and the results of these studies in the scientific discourse, it takes 2 to 5 years in terms of ROI. So it's 2 to 5 years, depending on, doctor, it's very individual. You, as practitioners, know that different soils are different in the north of the country, different in the south of the country. You need to take all aspects into account, the climate, the precipitation, the quality of soil. So this is average. We have specific results depending on the specific land and the specific climatic conditions and weather conditions. And some people might think that, why do we do this? I mean, because, yes, I will generalize, the Polish consumer doesn't pay attention to the nutritional value of food. If you look at what's been going on in the last decade, you know, the nutritional value is going down and down and down, doctor. The Polish consumer starts to pay attention, but what we miss is marking, food marking, proper food marking, especially food coming from regen agriculture. Because, you know, what does it mean, regen farming for a normal? Will it regenerate me? Will it, you know, make me young? No, this is food from regen agriculture, from sustainable farming, but consumers won't find this on the pack. Today, this is a place for education about regen farming and the properties of this food, but it's also a field to implement marking, appropriate signage.
Well, we will get back to the marking and the signage. But before that, I wonder of what importance it is to consumers. We run a survey, and this is what we got. Might not be representative, but still interesting. Do you, and if so, then where you look for information on regen? Of course, it's the ingredients, but that's because my child is allergic. Well, does the country of origin matter? Of course, Poland is the best. Do you pay attention when doing shopping on the quality and the country of origin? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I do, but only sometimes. What about the country of origin? No.
Przy czosnku.
Oh, okay, only when buying garlic.
Kraj pochodzenia ma
Yes, country of origin is of importance to me.
Często bardzo dużo.
Of great importance quite frequently. Information like that on a product helps you? Of course. Should it be required? Of course. Otherwise it would be anonymous. Everything Polish is cool. It's because we live in Poland. But except for that, it wouldn't really matter to me. Is it from Germany or from UK? If it's good, if it's fresh, if it's tasty, then it's okay. Yes, I keep looking for that information in products. Country of origin, not too much, but quality, yes. Would you like to have that information on the label? on the quality of the product and the country of origin. Yes, at least it could be signaled by a flag, by a country flag. Of course, I would like to support Polish farmers. Sometimes I check labels and check ingredients, and of course where it was produced and by whom, because we keep being hailed with low quality foods that require a little effort. Furthermore, there is no control of pesticides and fertilizers. So the information like that should be on products. Of course, it should be there, the country of origin. It'd be very important to me. That would help me make my choices. And a question for Victoria from Veritas. What if the consumers we've seen wanted to find out if the product they're reaching for had anything to do with the regen agriculture, irrespectively if they reached for the product in Warsaw, Berlin, Paris, or somewhere else? Is there a chance to find that out? Is there any marking of that type?
So when we buy a product, certainly within the UK, we don't see those markings.
Oczywiście w Wielkiej Brytanii nie ma takiego oznakowania, więc to nie jest możliwe.
Sorry, we don't have any markings on our products at all today. So we rely upon the communications that come from big businesses to say that they're looking to implement regen agriculture practices, and you look to see how they're doing that and their targets, and then understand from those businesses, okay, it might be regen agriculture practices, as Nestlé was saying before, 50% by 2030. That kind of communication is important, but putting more claims on pack or putting more stamps on pack, is that going to confuse our consumers? Because there's so much information on the product itself. Do consumers really want that? And I think that we need to really understand what the consumers' attitudes are to regen agriculture, including labelling, including certification programs. And then also there's a bit about educating the consumer as well. So when people were talking about looking at the back of pack to see if there was any regen agriculture, and I checked the ingredient list, do people really understand what regen agriculture is? And even speaking to many food businesses, and we speak to many different clients, and we're on the circuits talking to lots of people, it's very interesting, because when you say to them, what does regen agriculture mean to you? Different people have different definitions in terms of what it is, and that's within the experts themselves. So how are we communicating to the consumers as well? There's kind of this mismatch. So I think we need, as an industry, and from all of the way through from farmers, all of the way through to big manufacturers, to have a real understanding in terms of what do we mean by regen agriculture, and then be talking to the consumers as well and be telling them a little bit more and educating, because it's absolutely the right way to go. It's just, how do we do that? What is that roadmap? And we all have to be on that journey together. We can't go off and do things as different businesses. We all have to be talking the same language and be working as packs. And I think Nestlé said that before very nicely, actually, very eloquently, that that's the way forward.
Pani Wiktorio, a jak dużo podmiotów w ogóle zajmuje się taką prawdziwą certyfikacją, wiarygodną certyfikacją?
How many entities do credible certification like that? Could I ask you, how many of you have printers? How many of you have PowerPoint? How many of you have Photoshop? Maybe we could simply print a certificate like that. We make up a nice logo and stick it to the product. How not to believe fake certificates? Do you think certificates are needed? Because maybe certificates are not needed.
I think there's a space for it. I think it needs to be thought through. Do the consumers want that? Is that just going to confuse the pack? I think once we have that understanding, first of all, and once we do that communication, I think that there's potentially a space for it, but it needs to be thought through. There's so many different stamps on pack, consumers get confused.
I mean, you go into a supermarket and you can see all of that stuff. Do they really want more stamps? And then where does it stop? Regional agriculture, something else, something else? Don't know. And what we're trying to do, or what the food industry tries to do, is give a really nice, simple communication to the consumers so that they understand what they're consuming and they're understanding how their food has been made. And it's very difficult, complexities to do that.
I musi budzić zaufanie. Oczywiście w odpowiedzi
And it must be trustworthy.
Stwierdziła Pani, że jak na razie to firmy mogą mówić o tym, że dany produkt powstał właśnie dzięki wsparciu rolnictwa regeneratywnego. Jak to wygląda w Polsce w tym momencie? O tym się mówi konsumentów, konsument o to pyta, konsument jest tym zainteresowany. Czy w Waszym interesie, tak patrząc biznesowo, leży także to, żeby konsumentowi mówić tak, proszę, ten produkt...
Is it in your interest that consumers need to be communicated that?
Działają na rolnictwie regeneratywnym. Pytanie tu do Panów. Proszę bardzo.
Myślę, że tak, że jest to bardzo
I believe so. It is very important.
Przysłuchując się dzisiaj tej debacie,
listening to this debate, I have an impression that
nie wszyscy rozumiemy to w ten sam sposób.
not all of us understand it in the same way.
Żywności regeneratywnej. Ona jest
Agriculture has no regen food.
Pewne praktyki uprawy.
It's food that comes from certain farms of specific farming practice.
Coś wyprodukowano bez pracy dzieci, ma swoją etykietkę, to kawa albo herbata ma etykietkę fair trade.
We've come across fair trade coffee, so no child labor. It might be a similar situation. It's the manner of farming, of running a farm. So it'd be difficult to communicate that we have regen potatoes and not regen wheat. We must be saying that the farm has been changing over years and implemented regen practices. We as industry support it, and we want to grow it, develop it. Why? Because we're looking for suppliers with whom we will be working in 5, 10 and 25 years. So if a partner not going that direction or using some sort of wild practices, not looking forward, these are not potential partners to us. To build a chain of supply, a sustainable chain of supply, a repeatable, robust chain of supply, it has to be robust at every stage. We're not looking for any wild farms, because that's the only way to somehow stabilize agricultural production. And that's something we're really interested in. Stable food supply, food production. The population is growing, we need to feed them all, us all. A question for top farms. So, we've just heard, no certificate, at least at this stage. Not exactly. Oh, some big news? The certificates that are granted to farms under Terra Nostra standard are in place, but it's a proof that the farm has implemented an objective and audited by a third party regen practices. What is missing, and we discussed it last year already, is promotion and information to ultimate consumer, what it means, so that consumers can identify the product in the market and understand what that product means. Okay, so before I hand over the mic to Mr. Zdziebkowski, the information or the promotion, the awareness is missing because we are at the beginning of the way of the journey. Fortunately, there are more and more of us, but we are still a bit alone. Where did it start? 3 years ago? I'd say so. 3 years, that's not a long period of time. There is no state support for communication and promotion of that. In general, education related to food and food standards is ailing. And I know what I'm talking. I participate in the processes. I do agree that it's changing. Consumers are more and more interested, but still the knowledge, the awareness is not sufficient. And the promotion activities, the promotion measures, that's a task for us, for food, but also for distribution sector. So what would you say? What would you tell a farmer thinking, okay, so that train is only speeding up, so we will buy a ticket for that train in a few years when it's in full speed. Okay, let me put it this way. I am already at full speed. Why is that? A year ago, when we discussed the same topic in similar circles, there was one food company that was interested in that. It's more than a dozen, and these are big companies. A year ago, we were not in this, where we are right now. I know the current stage is still not enough. Getting consumers' awareness is far ahead of us, but I believe we are in the right train, or on the right train, going with decent speed. Okay, so whom should we invite to that train? I wonder if I can use the opportunity. Can I? Okay. So the question is, what would need to change? Let's leave the train behind, metaphor. What would be the next step to make regen agriculture more clear notion to you, to your consumers? A lot has to happen. And it has to be happening. It has to be done by many players on the market. There are food producers, scientists with modern technologies, and there are research. It has to go hand in hand. Must be scientific evidence-based. Logistics, primary market, food processing market, logistics, so all the links between farm and fork. All these links must have common interests. Let's look around at this whole. Do we see the shared interest, the common interest? What do you think? What is your perspective? Big players on the market have shared interests, but as in any other community, there will be those that do not share it. But what is most important on that shared common interest, or on that train, is to say that it's a platform at which we will not be competing with you. If I say that I compete with my colleague because I have regen product, I have different product. That's not the road. That's not the right approach. It's the only way to approach agriculture in the future. Basic production on farms must be done in that way. The space for competition is somewhere else. It's in the quality, in the manner of producing, in the manner of selling. If some companies don't approach it that way, and I believe that is very important,
sfera niekonkurencyjna,
if it's not non-competitive sphere, then we all have to be supporting it. What do you think of that, Anna Rosa? Let me add that there are two aspects we have to remember. The growing number of population and the growing needs of them, and the shrinking surface of arable land. We must find a way to manage it in such a way so that the soil, the land still feeds us. Still feeds us, and none of that food is wasted. Isn't it like an introduction to academic discussion? No, that's the discussion for both researchers and practitioners. Both sides realize what is the size, or how much arable land we have, and how we can be. Numbers speak for themselves. We take the land, arable land, for housing needs, for transportation needs. The number of people keeps growing and will keep growing, and we still have to eat and ensure a good future for our children. What is the relationship between regen agriculture and quality of food?
Sorry, I hadn't realized that it was directed to me, but there you go. I think I've already commented on that. So the relationship between regen ag and the quality of the food, that's actually still up in the air. I know there's a lot on the internet which will tell you that regen ag leads to healthier food, leads to improved nutritional outcomes. Actually, there is no real scientific evidence at the moment that that is the case. And as I mentioned before, this is why we have a program of research in place that tries to put a definitive answer to that. But even if regen ag, even if our research will show that there is some sort of a benefit in terms of nutrient density, for example, in terms when you use regenerative agriculture practices, the actual likely impact on that, on nutritional outcomes, is going to be relatively low. And it's more in being, we need to look much more at nutrition from a diet point of view and how people combine different food sources. Now, the other thing I think which is important is what will become more and more important as this transition to regenerative agriculture takes place, is that we are able to match specific varieties with specific types of agronomic practices for the best yields and the best nutritional outcomes. And there we know, for example, that certain varieties are much better at producing additional micronutrients, more protein, and so all that is known. But what we're doing now is basically using the same crops that we've used for 150 years, or that we over the past 150 years have improved to perform under very high input systems. Now we're expecting them to do the same under regenerative agriculture input systems, and that isn't necessarily the case. So I think there is a lot of progress to be made there, matching varieties with regenerative agriculture practices for the types of nutritional outcomes that we're looking at.
Bardzo dziękuję za tę odpowiedź. Teraz mam pytanie do...
Thank you for that answer. Now a question for our experts in Polish, to Marzena Stryczyńska and Anna Rosa.
Na takie dwie perspektywy.
And I'm actually looking for two perspectives, two angles, and I'm trying to represent consumers' point of view. There is inflation, growing prices that consume their wallets, and the care for our relatives, for our kids, for our families. What is the everyday practice of such dilemmas, of such questions? Economic point of view and food point of view. I understand that what you're asking about are certain financial decisions that we have to make because we have fewer and fewer resources in our wallets. In societies, there are people with wallets of different thickness. There are certain habits, there are certain